Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't know, ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin', since 14. I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something. You can get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping, cuz whatever we need, I'ma smash ya. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at ya. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter, I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket about this. What's understood don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never back down, I ain't never froze up, I ain't never turned state, I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the cage, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do it, get dead, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to this street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2Ks, fuck that pro-leaf shit. We coming with it, 100 rounds drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hit the feds, come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got yeah and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head buster all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, yeah. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit. So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah, Style ATL, you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the NO. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, yeah. Wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them. I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up, the streets that change. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. I was taught it by my play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. I was taught it by my play like a G, nigga.
A nigga thorough as they come, was raised in the gutters in the slum, known as the number runner son, and the dope man nephew who uncle on the run, the candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The yeah was sold daily from the dust to the chrome. Like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I'd never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I fit with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And that's even if they run niggas, cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. My role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gonna be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street.
Man, I'm trying to update it, man. I can't find my grooves that I had on there first. I'm at the Blacc House today. Um, as you know, we went to the ACT Summit, so that was pretty fun. Learned a lot today about water, so that was tantalizing for my for all the environmental racism shit I be on all the time. So that was pretty tantalizing. Um, so I had to throw the flag back up just because I don't know, I felt like it. What you gonna do about it? Um, Jesse in the cut right here.
Yeah, for now.
You can't see him, but he's in here. He's in here for right now. Decided to get in an RVA real quick. Well, I got a couple hours because then we're gonna have to go and head back to Aurora, check on the kittens. I gotta change my clothes and get ready for the next section of the ACT Summit. I was kind of disappointed in a way. I felt like it was thrown together, and we didn't see saw a couple black faces and the usual security guards and stuff that are always at all our black events. So that was happy to see. There's a lot of Hispanic people. Some black lady called me Mija. I just gave it a look. It was alright. I felt like the school's closed, I guess, and I don't see why. It's a perfectly fucking good school. Perfectly good school. Kids can go to school right now. It's a perfectly good school. It's air conditioning. It's nice. It's easy accessible. You know what I mean? I don't understand why they're not using that damn school. And what they're gonna do with it, I don't know. And I'm gonna cock block that. That's a perfectly good elementary school. It's pretty good times. Jesse was holding the phone, falling asleep, nodding off. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
I had to wake him up. We came back here, chilled for a long time, and then we got the itis, and then we didn't want to go nowhere. So then we feeling this bullshit, listening to podcasts and whatnot. And I decided to get in the RVA real quick because I've been slacking all week. I didn't know when I was gonna throw one on, but we're here now. So, we're here now. I fell earlier this week 3 times, and I hurt myself. I hurt my arm. The one time on the bus likes to throw a motherfucker out of their shit, so that was upsetting. I didn't have no pillow on my back of my chair, so my ass was hurting all day long. And I fell once in my room and once in the shower, so I've just been trying to take it easy. Aside from that, the kittens are at the house, and I asked Jesse right now if he missed our babies, and he said, yeah. I was like, I kind of do too. I don't know what kind of parents we're going to be. We could probably want to be able to leave them with anybody. Not that anybody can't be trusted. Right? You know what I mean? I left him with my brother. And you would have thought he would be bitching and calling me up, telling me to hurry up and bring my ass home. But he's like, they're cool, so they're cool. We left him with enough stuff just in case. We weren't planning on staying out all night. So this is what's on the agenda tonight. Documentary or two. We're gonna go over. I guess everybody's touching on that fucking Charlie Kirk shit. Black people stay out of it. Just like Dwan B says, ain't got shit to do with us. And they're just mad because they couldn't blame us for shit. And I think it's really good. We didn't have a real. I take that back. There was a reaction. When it happened, I felt like all of the new black media was all over it before the actual main media. They were slow dragging. I felt like only 3 of the main media sources. You better put that down. Here, give me that baby. Give me that cigarette before you break your shit.
That's why the screen is.
I don't want you to break it any further. So go ahead. What time should I wake you up?
What time are you trying to leave?
Well, what time are you trying? We gotta leave. What time did it start? 10.
It's officially at 10. Yeah. but the doors open at 9.
Whoa, no sense. Oh shit, 7:38. Huh?
Mm-mm.
What?
No, it's not.
Oh, whatever.
It's like 6:30, 6:45.
Little. Okay. All right. Well, I should be done by then. Okay. Nobody's doing anything. So go lay down. Come on. Come on.
5 hours from
Put
now.
your lunch meat away.
4 hours from now.
Just as I'm making these bomb ass looking sandwiches. So we didn't think we were gonna have. This is what I said. I think it was rushed. For the last 4 years, they've had it's been catered by somebody in the community, like Mo Better Greens, you know, Two Sisters, catering. So it's been catered. It's been catered joints, right? This year it was like we ain't gonna have no catering, and we're not gonna have no lunch on a 3-day summit, which is totally unlike them. So, and it kind of just seemed like they threw it all together, because I've been trying to get with the main lady to talk about. I have a class I want to give on Black suicide, Black addiction, and just overall Black mental health from a lived experience perspective. And she keeps blowing me off about this. But when we found out, it was like barely, I'm going to go ahead and say barely a month.
Well, we're a month late anyway.
And usually they start hitting us up in our task forces and stuff, trying to go over there and encourage us to bring a friend or two. You know what I mean? And that didn't happen this year. I know I have been sick, but I'm not that goddamn sick. Because I'm always hyped up for the ACT Summit. ACT Summit comes, I'm like the fucking cheerleader. Like, yay, ACT Summit, right?
Mm-hmm. Tell what the ACT Summit is.
ACT Summit is what is the ACT part? Collective trauma. What's the ACT part? Active collective trauma. I don't know. But this year was an art. Each year it has a theme. There was nothing for me to jack, which I was kind of sad about. Normally I like to go steal things. There was none of that. And we only saw a handful of Black people there, which, aside from the security, that was kind of sad to me. So a lot more Hispanic people, and they don't really, it's like whatever. We participated in several workshops, which Jesse filmed, which was pretty decent, pretty good times. So we'll see what tomorrow holds. I was hoping we were gonna make it back so we can go get my drum, because they always, every time there's a drum circle, Brandy doesn't get to be bang on the drums. So Brandy had to go get her own damn drum, so nobody could say that she couldn't play on the drums. Because I like drum circles. I like drums. But it's in storage, so yeah, that's that. That was fun. And then on Saturday we got another summit, Black Summit for Black youth, where it's gonna be moderated by Coons, which I kind of want to go in there and show out, because I think our Black youth need to see something real instead of performative. When I say show out, I don't mean show out like that. Okay, so what is on the agenda? Got a good ass documentary to show you, and I got some Charlie Kirk shit, and I got some Aurora news, and I'm gonna give you my perspective about the shit that happened in Aurora that we showed last week. The dude on Billings with the brother who got shot, and I'm gonna give you my perspective on it. And sure, Jesse, you covered it with Ben Crump in it, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Good night. Can't be bothering him now. He's going to go sleep. Ben Crump's supposed to be representing the family, and I'm gonna give you the realest perspective. and I don't want to hear shit from anybody about it because I don't take. I don't. I'm a centrist, realist, separatist, black nationalist. Okay, and nowhere in my motherfucking blood would have ever thought I would say what I'm going to say about it. So there's some stuff on the news. So we'll show you. Now I'm gonna talk about the Kirkland reporter and how he got touched by the mayor and he's mad about it. So yeah, then that should be good. That should be it for right now. So we'll start with Aurora, and then we'll move on to shorter things. But we'll start with Aurora. There's been a couple of things happening out there ever since this thing with this man getting shot. The people that were antagonizing the police, which I'm gonna get into that. They don't live here. They don't live in Aurora. They don't. Because if they were there, their ass would have been at the summit. They don't live in Aurora. And so they're doing political theater or activation theater, which is kind of wrong too. And I'm gonna express why I think, in my own opinion, why I think it's all wrong. In my opinion, and they can bang it out with me when they see me because I'm all for it. We can discuss it when you see me. That's what I'm saying, what I'm about to say, and I'm not going to take it back because I'm gonna give it to you from the perspective of if I was a stranger looking in before I give you my racial feelings about the situation. Because that's always a good feel for the brother and his family and whatnot. But we got to be honest about certain things, and we got to be honest about certain people, certain black-looking people capitalizing off of black plight, black pain, black death, and agitating situations that don't need to be agitated because they don't live here. We live here. I live there. So retaliation could happen in all kinds of different manners. So they don't think about that when they're acting stupid outside. So, but we're gonna talk about it, and they know what it is with me. They know what it is because I'm outside all the time. Get at me. Just pull me over. I feel it's something, and you get it there too. I say that because people do a lot of this on their own platforms, but when they see us in person, especially when they see me in person, they don't do none of that. And it's not that I think I'm tough or anything like that, because it's not. I know what I know. Hey, I'm confident in what I'm saying. With it, you can stand on your own 2 feet in confidence. When you look at it from all angles, and you're confident in what you're saying or how you move, no one could really tell you any different. Anybody could say anything, but no one could really say, well, you're moving different. So I was brought up with different mindset. So what my thought process is not going to align with a fucking mammy by any means. Never. So we're going to talk about it. But I just had to get that off my system because they want to talk. People always want to talk when they're in other spaces and think that no one will ever hear about it. And in reality, they're never around when we're in the same space. And when they are, it's don't start nothing, won't be nothing. You know what I mean? Because we're around other people. I say that because there's going to be a time in life where I want to do something. I may want to do something political. And it's bad enough that these broads, they move funny, but you won't catch me. I'm trying to control myself, so you won't catch me trying to act like or behave like them, because I don't. If I wouldn't interact with these people on the street, I wouldn't interact with them in jail, and I sure as fuck wouldn't interact with them offline, because when they had their moments to speak or dialogue. Hold on a second. Hey, hey, Daniel. Hi, sports. How you doing, buddy? Hi. How you doing, brother? Glad you're here. When they're here, they don't have shit to say. In fact, they know what it is because I'll say it to them. I'll say it wherever I have to be. I'll say it inside a place. I'll wait till they're outside. I'll catch you slacking at the fucking Walmart. Slacking in public. But if you don't and don't disrespect me either. You know what I mean? Because the same people are the same ones that disrespect us, not just me. Us. There's us. There's us. There's a me and him. You know what I mean? I don't tolerate it, and I won't have it, and you won't do it in front of me, and that's just that. So, but I say what I say, and I mean what I mean. If I said it, I meant it. Can't take it back. I don't live in regrets. I'm in the moment, so that's how I feel. Let's get this show on the road, though. It's gonna be a quick and beautiful little early morning. I'm glad you're here, Daniel. Glad you came, and enjoy the show. Hopefully, you'll learn something. This is the revolutionary agenda. Let me see. Let me put my banner up there. I was trying to fix it, but trying to do some lazy work. I was really trying to do some lazy work. Jesse stopped me from the lazy work. I was like, God damn it! I don't. I can't wait till my things are right. Revolutionary agenda. Okay. I'm about to do the fair use. Copyright is scrolling on the bottom. No, I refuse to read it because if it's on YouTube, I got it from YouTube, and it should be fair use. So, how about this flag? The man that made this flag meant this for FBA initially. He passed on, and there's only two of these, and so I like it. I like it for the background. It could have just blurred it out, but I was like, man, fuck it. I'm just gonna say something. And if you question me about it, I know everything about this flag, so um, it's I like it. So it's up tonight. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna do some Aurora news, and then I'm gonna move around. Okay. So this happened about an hour ago. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, family. I'm touching the laptop and my hand is shaking. So I'm right here, President. I'm late for one thing. I'll be right back. A white guy got shot. A white guy. It's just after that other shit. Okay, well, that's enough about that. And he's gone, so. Okay, now let's get back to this. Y'all remember the shooting that happened in Aurora with the brother? Now, let me get into it real quick. We showed it on Frontline Black News. I gave all my little videos that I could muster and find up on Facebook and shit. And I was under a different dialogue, different understanding. Thought maybe that old girl was telling the truth. And we definitely didn't believe the chief when he was giving the dialogue. I think the chief needs to do better delivery because it sounded like he was gaslighting and lying his ass off until this came out. I think it was the other day. Let me see, 6 days ago. So I watched it a couple times, and knowing all the stuff we know, the backstory and everything, I'm just gonna say that we're gonna play it, and I'm gonna give you my rundown. Okay, this is from the day when the brother got shot on the street, and everything that ensued after that with the community and the police, the interview, not the interview, but with the chief. The chief needs to work on his delivery better. He used to sound like he was straight gaslighting and lying. And I really, truly believed that until this came out. And I read a lot of other stuff, but this is pretty much, I'm all about the video. Show me the video. So. We're old girl talking about a car, right? Oh, pause right there for a second. Okay, so we're gonna take this piece by piece. Okay, family. Um, I see you, little eyeball. Don't be weird. Say hi. I'm coming back on camera, sorry. Okay, we're gonna take this piece by piece. Um, Here's the thing. Like, now that we've seen that whole video, we're gonna watch it one more again, just so that you have a clear understanding why what I'm about to say is gonna be like. Um, they brought Benjamin Crump here to represent the family, and I'll get into that a little bit too. Also, all the shit with the community, act, I want to say rousing up the community, and then the police standoff. Okay, and the people that were doing that, with the town hall and this and that, and how it looked or whatever. From those initial videos, you only got to see one half, and then the police chief was not. I think he could do better at telling the truth. It sounded like he was gaslighting and lying for real until we saw that. Um, so I feel like there was the only reason to call, and it's kind of like it's kind of like a loser case because you can't say there's no gun because the kid just admitted there was a gun in the video like twice. Um, and I think if anything, it was because of the headshot. If that's any indication of why he would be here, why he would come to represent the family. I found it very strange when they first the news first got the interviews with the son. I found it kind of like he was just like, we're yeah. There's a level of being numb, and then there's a level of like, like you don't want to say that he brought it on himself, but you don't want to say he brought it on himself, right? So when Cuz gets out the car, he's either this like what it, he's not right. You know what I mean? Like he's either been drinking, kicking it, or something. You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter. He just gets out the car weird. You know what I mean? So that let's just point that out, right? This is me being the outside looking in. I'm gonna give it to you from the stranger perspective. Okay, outside looking in. We're gonna talk about how my race feels. You know, and I look at it from the black perspective of what it looks like. I'm also going to tell you that I'm going to be a realistic individual and shine the light on the individuals that um, basically cause some dysfunction in the community amongst all of this. You dig? And I'm going to call that out. And the reason why Ben Crump shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't even be here. This is like a nothing case. It's like you're not going to gain nothing. First of all, they're not going to pay for it, like off top. Secondly, we could tell what that lady, the lady that's always doing political theater in Aurora, what she really cared about because he could hear it. So I'm gonna go over that, but we're gonna watch it one more again, just so you can see it. Um, the fact is that we tried, I tried from even at home, me and my brother having these dialogues of like, what could be the reason to get out, of the car? And I give him the benefit of the doubt, like maybe you want to check on the other person that he hit. You know what I mean? But that's not the case. That was not the case, evidently. And the fact that, man, like, I give it to the father had more heart than the people that were over there yelling at the police. He actually wanted to tussle with him, like, yeah, get it like that. But I think whatever the fuck he was on, he seemed to forget who he was tussling with. It's not just no random white dude on the street. That's a fucking APD. You know what I mean? And if if things were fair and straight and he wanted to get them hands, yeah, I'm pretty sure that could have never been arranged. You'd have to catch that fool like, but his at least he had the I would say A for effort for having the balls to do it. You know what I mean? Unlike when they were active on the street yelling at the police, threatening them and shit, they don't have that same veracity of getting active, and it's still wrong. You know what I mean? See, he did everything that he did everything that we say that everybody would be like, well, why do you get out the car? Or why do you do this? There really wasn't a real reason if you could see. So, this is my opinion. We're gonna play it again, just so that you can have an understanding, and then you could either throw an opinion out there what you think. I'm gonna give you the stranger looking in perspective from the outside looking in, looking at the footage, and then I'm gonna give you, of course, obviously, how I feel racially. It upsets me, and what I know about the PD. You know what I mean? Of course, that's effective. That affects me. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be upset about it? However, this is one of those things where we really have to, like, really know all the details when it comes with our people and getting things riled up and started maybe unnecessarily. Because that could have turned all bad. Them police were lined up. They were ready for action. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't have no shields or nothing. It could all went bad for those people that were inciting that. You know what I mean? And people know better. These are same people that know better. That they know what they're up against. Like, you wouldn't, as much shit as I talk about the police, there's levels to shit talking about the police, and there's levels to being in their fucking face, and there's levels to threatening them. There's levels to it, and some things are just some things you just don't want to tangle with, especially when you see that there's 30 fucking white ones, and you got nothing but community people that live in that area, outraged and upset, only brought on by some fucking coons and mammies that don't have the right intentions in mind. They don't. They pick and choose on what they want to get agitated about, and it's selective. They know that. If they don't know that, you do now. Now you know. That selective bullshit is going to get called out because we, I speak right now for the collective, we, okay, foundational Black Americans, to live in the city, don't want to get killed for some stupidity because some mammies and coons decided to rile up the fucking community, even though they know the facts. Like that one bride saw the whole detail. She saw the whole shit. The one that got hit. And she was only really concerned about her fucking car getting hit. Instead of fucking saying, yeah, he tussled with them. She saw the shit. If he ran into the back of her whip, she saw everything that happened. You dig? So, and she lied. No wonder when the chief is saying there's like 6 or 7 other witnesses that saw something different, and she's the only one that's saying this. You dig? And you wanted to believe her because fuck, you wanted to believe her. But in that case, she got a whole community. She got a whole community together to be agitated, to go agitate the actual community that they don't even live in. I live in that area. Not like all the way in that area, but that area isn't very far from like for me, I can just cruise down there. You see what I'm saying? It's still my neighborhood. I can still rip and run them fucking streets all day long. You know what I mean? I know a lot of things about that area. So when you're doing that, you're agitating a whole fucking community that sees nothing but ugliness then you're it's intentional, and you got to be called out for it. So I'm gonna do that. I'm calling that out through this video, and they'll hear about it eventually. So it's whatever. Okay, let's go. Let's go with you pulling up to the car. Okay, we're gonna spend too much time just. It was jamming. I'm just through the desert. Really, I just want to see what. He said he threw it. Look, the police officer he threw it towards the box. He keeps looking like he threw it in the street. You see what I'm saying? But we don't see it. Okay, I'm just saying. But obviously, he's recognizing that. You know what I mean? I give you those shoulder shots. Those shoulder shots, he wasn't really moving. Look, he stopped. He got it was like shock. Look, when he shot him the two times, right in the shoulder. That third shot hit him there. And like he says he's following him, right? But look where his car is. His car is going this way, and their car is going this way. So why, like, how did you get over there? You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. And then this part right here, he didn't flip him over. He went to furnish his pocket. That's something the paramedics could have did. How lucky does this happen? Where that's a fucking an ER nurse. I don't know what his. Well, he says he don't have no gun, and then he said he threw the gun. So right there, that's admission of guilt. He basically said dude had a gun. Well, so that cuts out all the narrative of he didn't have a gun. See what I'm saying? So the kid basically dimed him out already. He already seen it, allegedly. You know what I mean? But when they throw it, look, I don't, I can't even say it. I don't want. I'm not gonna incriminate myself. I'll just say this: if there was a gun near the boxes, it would have been seen. There's plenty of people walking around that could have just, you know what I mean? Walked around and, you know, ducked down, picked it up, and ran off. And right where they're at, there's plenty of places to go hide out. You know what I mean? They wanted to do a service, but that's not like. And even so, where's the little tweaker dude in this video? Like the interview, and it's dusk. It's coming. It's down. It's going down. Right. The sun is going down. The interview they did was during the day. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did he put his foot on him? He put his foot with the foot. So then he did that. That's where the police car is. So where's his police car? Where's his police car? Well, see where his police car is. It's on the other side of that. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at that. I'm like, this old fucking goofy ass weird ass bitch. That's all she cared about was was old boy was old boy I just want to see if I can find it. Was old boy talking about it'll probably come up. I know I got it in my history. Um, all right, all right. Okay, so let me see real quick. We'll talk about it for a second. Um, so now you see, right? So all that shit that happened was like, ooh, did I share it? Were you guys watching it? Oh my god. Oops. Did you see it? Nobody's seen it, huh? Mm, I thought I was sharing it this whole time, family. Hold on one second. And I did it twice. That's because I wasn't looking at the thing. My fault, my fault, my fault. Okay, no wonder, no wonder. All right, all right. One more game because I was obviously not paying attention. When I'm over here looking at the one more second. When I'm over here looking at the video, watching the video, and I'm trying to stop it and explain it, and I can't be managing the the StreamYard all at the same time. Let's see. One second, family. Oh yeah. I seen it. Breathe. Let me see. It was just like for 12 motherfucking rounds. I was expecting some more fanfare, like maybe some like high point moments where like he kind of made him stumble, or you know kind of like his knee almost hit the mat or something like that. That's what I was kind of hoping on. You want to say? shit. Let's see if I can find it real fast. Damn. My fault, family. My fault. I was stupid. I was dumb as hell. I'm so sorry, family. I was too busy talking shit and wasn't paying attention. Come on. We talked about it. Oh shit. That's good too. Alright. Okay. 2 more seconds and I'm done looking for it. It's really like Ben Crump was talking. Well, anyway, I was like, why is he here? Why? Basically the family retained him, but I'm like, is that still a thing? Because I already give up. Fuck it, I give up. All right, family. Make sure I'm sharing it this time. Somebody say something to me. My fault. I was so dumb. Duck move, man. Duck move. Okay, I'm gonna run through it really quick. I'm not even gonna talk because I've been talking through it the whole time. Okay, quickly. I apologize. Total duck move.
Stay in the car. Don't move. Don't move. Motor 45. I've got a crash. 6th, just east of 225. Get a couple cars here now. Stay in the. Give me your hands. Show me your hands. Get your hands up, dude. Don't show me. Get your hands up right now. Get your hands up. Yeah. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get away from that motherfucking gun. Get on the ground now.
Get that shit. Nigga,
Get on the ground now.
Get that shit. Get that shit. Get that shit.
I'll shoot you.
Get that shit. Get that shit.
Dad, chill. No.
Get that shit.
No, Dad, chill.
Get that shit.
Officer, chill. Dad.
Get that shit.
Get on the ground.
Get that shit.
Get on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Dad, chill.
So, you ready for this? You ready for this?
Get on the ground.
You ready for this? You ready for this, huh? You ready for this, huh?
Get on the ground.
You ready for this?
Shots fired. Motor 45. Shots fired. Give me some cars. Cruiser. Ambulance hot. No. It's not a tourniquet kind of thing. Thank you.
That's an ER nurse. How lucky you gotta be right there, right? He could have lived if you didn't shoot him in the head because that was an ER nurse. But like, what is the chances, right? Just think about that.
Stay there.
Right there.
Hey! Get over there behind us. There's a gun over there. Behind the boxes. Shut it all down. Sable, westbound, highway, eastbound. What?
They just shot my dad. He didn't have no gun.
Did you find that gun?
He threw the gun.
I got you right here, bro.
You got it? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
They just shot my dad.
Just trying to get no, let her help. It's okay. Oh, you're sorry about that. No, it's okay. I'm ER. I'm here to help.
You got it?
The police just shot my dad, man.
There's one in the head as well.
That was my dad, bro. That was my dad.
All right, 5, gunshot to the chest, one to the head.
Here, let's go. Come with me. You got your camera on?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna get you in my car. We're
Okay.
gonna go to HQ.
Okay.
Recon. We're going to HQ. We're going to HQ.
My car, black car over there. Keys are probably in it.
Okay. Come with me. I'll be with you in just a moment. Another suspect?
All right, so let's go.
He was unarmed.
Let's get into the passenger seat.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get away from that motherfucking gun! Get on the ground now!
Get that shit. Nigga,
Get on the ground now!
get that shit. Get that shit. Get that shit.
I'll hear you.
Get that shit. Get that shit.
Dad, chill. No.
Get that shit.
No, Dad, chill.
Get that shit.
Officer, chill. Dad.
Get that shit.
Get on the ground.
Get that shit.
Get on the ground!
Oh, yeah.
Dad, chill.
So, you ready for this? You ready for this?
Get on the ground!
You ready for this? You ready for this, huh? You ready for this, huh?
Get on the ground.
You ready for this?
Shots fired. 245 shots fired. Give me some cars. Cruiser. Ambulance hot. No. It's not a tourniquet kind of thing. Thank you. Stay there.
Hey, look, watch me go.
Hey!
Touch the
Get over there behind us. There's a gun over there.
Like, kick them back.
Behind the boxes.
Dad just got shot by the police.
Shut it all down. Sable, westbound, highway, eastbound. What?
They just shot my dad. He didn't have no gun.
Did you find that gun?
He threw the gun. I got you right here, bro.
You got it? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Just trying to get. No, let her help. It's okay. Oh, you're sorry about that. No, it's okay. I'm ER. I'm here to help.
You got it?
The police just shot my dad, man. No.
There's one in the head as well.
That was my dad, bro. That was my dad.
All right, 25, gunshot to the chest, one to the head. Here, let's go. Come with me. You got your camera on?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get you in my car. We're gonna go to HQ.
Okay.
Recon. We're going to HQ. We're going to HQ.
My car, black car over there. Keys are probably in it.
Okay. Come with me.
Fire multiple shots.
I'll be with you in just a moment. Another suspect? All right, let's go.
He was unarmed.
Let's get into the passenger seat.
So, my assessment is this: like, with all that going on, of course, the scene is erratic, right? But what happened after that is what we showed you last week or the week before, with the community and shit. How they got them all riled up, and then they came all the way down and hyped up the other community, and then the police standoff and all that was like unnecessary. And some of these people don't live in Aurora. I live in Aurora. And so, I would say, old girl who got hit, I beef with her all the time. So I just talk shit about her, right? I feel like she lied to some extent. I don't know where the police officer was when he pulled up on them, because you don't really see his car. So that's kind of questionable. Why did Big Crook probably be there? I don't know. The thing is probably either because of the headshot, the way they treated the body. I think that was that. He gave him ample warning. Like there was a lot going on right there. The fact that you can't really say there wasn't a gun when obviously the kid admits that there was a gun and he threw it. So that right there throws the whole thing off. So their political theater was like almost for nothing. The fact that, okay, so this is what it is. Outside looking in, stranger looking in. Should dude have gotten out of the car? No, he was told to stay inside the car. When he opened the door, he said, "Don't shoot me." He got out and like he wasn't even like he was somewhere else. He was in a different zone, right? Definitely off his top. So, okay, fine. When they tussled the first time, and he told him about the guns, like whatever, then he's not even paying attention to anything. He's more concerned about somebody picking up the gun, okay, or whatever. So I try to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Okay, where was his car? Is what I want to know. The scene was getting hectic. You had the community. Only the community sees part of it, right? So when the chief gives his thing, sounds like he's lying like a motherfucker. Like we totally thought he was lying. Everything we found it to show, it looked like some other shit. Yeah, it looked like he wasn't listening or he wasn't gonna obey. But when dude hit him with his pistol on the side of his head, how could you not, like, when do you fucking want to raise up? Part of me is like, it's gonna sound crazy, but there's always a part of me that just wants to see somebody just get in a couple of good licks on the law, you know what I mean? But either way, he knew, like, when you get out the car like that and you're black, you already know what's gonna happen. You can't expect it to go any other way except either really beat up, harmed, or something like that. You know what I mean? And If somebody would have picked up that gun and tried to enact vengeance at that moment, that person would have died too, or whatever. He was not. He was not concerned. I think that too. The way he back kicked the body was unnecessary. I don't see why he had to go through his pockets. He shot him. He knew he wasn't going to be able to render aid. How lucky was that ER nurse just happened to be right there begging to help? That was crazy. Um, and then that what bothers me is how the community went and made all the scenes. You should have. I knew it was a situation when the son or the brother came out and said, "We just want to be at peace right now," before all the community action started to take place, and he kind of just was like that. You know what I mean? And it seemed like that was kind of sus to me, in my personal opinion. The way Nadine sold it, I kind of wanted to believe her, and but in all actuality, you heard what she said. She was really only concerned about her whip and who's going to be in charge of that, who's going to take care of that. It makes sense why they didn't use. It kind of didn't make sense why they didn't use her testimony when he was talking about the 6 witnesses that seen it. And who were these 6 witnesses? Because you had a lot of people coming up and trying to calm the situation down. When they did the interview, if I believe the interviews, it was all during the day, like bright during the day. That's sundown. It's the sundown's code. And right there, it's not unusual to have nurses and stuff coming home. We have like 3 hospitals right there, 4 hospitals, and a freeway to get to another major hospital. So it's not like there's hospitals and nursing homes and all kinds of shit right there. So in that little area. And then when the community riled up the police, I thought that was some shit, because basically you got a couple of mammies and some pastors and shit that were like on some other shit, just trying to be, asking for the white people's help to, get them to stop killing black people. And that probably would have went a little differently, maybe. Who knows? I can't really say. I can't really say because he got out the car hot. So, I'll try to give him the benefit of the doubt. I did up until that video, those videos. And I was like, well, after I saw Ben Crump here, I was like, what is he doing here? Why the fuck is he here? So those are the only reasons I could think of. Because honestly, there's not a real solid case unless you're going to count the mistreatment, the headshot, the way they mishandled the body, the way the body was treated. Because you didn't really see paramedics, you just saw police in that. And I feel like the alleged community activists need to be put on notice for what they did. Look, racially, my blackness is like saying this is some fuck shit. Did it have to happen that way? Nope. Could have been prevented. Really depends on that brother, you know what I mean? And how he was gonna, what choices he made prior to, because he was. I give him A for credit for having the fucking desire to whoop on the T's, you know what I mean? Because Lord knows, right? And it just seems like that he was the only one that, even though he lost his life trying to do whatever the fuck he was trying to do, you don't see anybody else. They yell at the police, but they weren't trying to go toe to toe. I think he was just not giving a fuck, because he got hit. He was being pulled around by a shirt. You know what I mean? And he tussled on him. He got that dude on the ground for a second. You know what I mean? But he's gone now. So I think that the way they made the family look, grieving, and then here in our neighborhood, So you got the cultural center down the street. They've been having whole fucking powwow sessions for like damn near a week and a half, 2 weeks talking about this shit. When in reality, I don't want to say it's a democratic thing, but you got these shills out here doing the most. Talking about how much more, how much more. Well, look, did he have to get out the car like that? What do you just sat down on the sidewalk and just said, fuck it, I give up. You know what I mean? You literally just go ahead. You know what I mean? Or what? What could have really? What we don't know. We don't know what's going on in old boy's head. We don't know why he wasn't listening to his family. We don't know why he got out with that shit. We don't know. You know what I mean? Community wanted help, they could have kicked it in the gutter. But I don't know. And then, I think in around that same area, you got a little white teenager wanting to shoot up everything. And we had a school shooting same week, like not same week, this week. Same little difficult situation. You know, so right now it's like this is out of all the things, this is one thing I feel like nobody should be capitalizing on this man for whatever reason, like, or making like these outrageous community fucking actions that they know goddamn well they don't live over here, and they know good and goddamn well antagonizing fucking all those white folk to stand there in 2 rows of fucking stance, no shields, ready just to give you that action. And you got all these tender feelings out there talking the most shit. And they can go home. They can go to Denver. These motherfuckers got to ride around and see the same police. Now, because of that, they're riding around too deep in my neighborhood. I'm watching it, pay attention. I went outside and it's like too deep in each car. Now, you know what I mean? Strange shit. And I think that, you know, because they did political theater with these, they want what's called, I don't want to say bad actors. I said political theater. That they ruined it for regular Aurorian constituents even to go and file their grievances. But in this case, they should have just listened to the family instead of going and thinking they know what's best for the family. Create a whole town hall of brainstorming of pussy ass ideas and no action. It's like all overwoofing, underproducing. You know what I mean? Oh, hi, Michael. Just talking about that situation in Aurora, and I showed some video. I accidentally made a mistake, ran it twice without sharing it. I thought I was sharing it. Straight up move. I'm good. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Great work. Just told me a little bit about what's going on. So excellent work over the last week. Heard all about it. But yeah, so I think that the community actors, like, they didn't show up at the event today, so when they see me, it's gonna be on and cracking when I let them. I'm like, look, you didn't have to do all that, because I feel like dragging another family through some unnecessary shit, and then you got Ben Crump out here. It's like, God, it's 2 forms of ambulance chasing I can't get down with, you know. So we'll see. I'll keep you updated. But that's the update so far. It's like a nothing burger unless you're gonna count the way you treated him, the way you treated the body afterwards, and the headshot twice, the 2 headshots. That's it. Other than that, I don't see it going very far. And they're gonna find out if I'm just a stranger looking in. I don't being black. I don't like it. Of course, I don't like it. But what I really don't like is people taking advantage of the situation and antagonizing an already angry area. See what I'm saying? Hey, Jab, did you see that Crawford fight? Everybody's mad at me about the Crawford fight because I kept saying, man, I expected more fanfare. I expected more salacious little moments. You know what I mean? Everybody mad at me about that, but I don't give a fuck. I've been watching boxing since I was a little girl. I definitely don't think he should have went 12 motherfucking rounds. You could tell it was boring. Well, it was like because I could have fell asleep in the fifth and the eighth round. You know what I mean? No, no, no. I think that he gave him ample time to get himself together. Like I showed the whole video. I can't. You gotta go back and watch the replay because I showed it like 3 times. I can't do it again. But from an outsider looking in, yeah, you won that money, huh? I should have put money on it. I was gonna win. I should have bet my brother's friend. He put a money on Canelo. I was like, nah, I can feel it. I'm psychic. I am psychic. I didn't think it was gonna go all the way to the 12th round. And I don't know. Did they play any music? They said that on certain because I was free streaming it because I don't pay for that type of shit. It's too much. Fuck Netflix. But just like said that he that Crawford went out on a Spanish tune to psych out Canelo. I didn't remember that happening. I was just flashbacking on Mike Tyson when Mike Tyson came out to Ambitions of a Writer. That was a good ass fight. They don't box like they used to, man. Like the fact that I learned some new shit about boxing, especially when it comes to weight and everything. I was just mad disappointed. Like, has the bar sunk in that motherfucking low? You know what I mean? Yep, we wanted our brother to just tear that ass up, but it was not, there was no major moments. Yeah. They said you could buy yourself into the weight classes now. Some crazy shit like that. I was just beside myself. You know how to get your weight up, man. Like because he come from he came he went up, right? Because he was a welterweight, right? It went, yeah, some shit like that. I was too busy because as I was watching it on free stream, so I was watching it through German watching it. Then I was watching it in Spanish. Then I saw the whole million million dollars worth of game. Then them fools were sitting there watching it, and you could tell they were bored. Mm-hmm. Jesse weighs 210. I'm a southpaw. Yeah, I'm a southpaw. I fight like I do fight. I like to fight physically. I'm not. I don't like to have to grab the stick or the shank. I like to fight physically first. I'll pull there. All right, let's get into some other shit. Some more Denver news. Then I'm gonna get into some good shit because I'm so disappointed. We went over there and had an argument over there with some fellas about DNA, and I was like, you fuckers. They were hating on the doll. They were hating on the doll. All right. Let's see. We had a school shooting too. I didn't catch up on it because it was over there in the white area. The white kids and doing the most.
The conduct of elections.
So the mayor made all these cuts, right? And
Say that again.
this dude always trying to get away with it. He asked for more money. He thought he couldn't get touched. This is the elections division, right? And me and Jesse, when Jesse was running for mayor, we felt that it was intentional because he was going on Jeff Favre's show talking shit about in a roundabout, beat around the bush, sneak diss type of way about us. Well, mostly Jesse. And so when the numbers came out for Jesse's his overall numbers, it was stupid. I cried on camera because I couldn't fucking believe all the work I did for some white boy to do. So major fucking mass theft of my fucking intellectual property. Run on a whole fucking thing. No lived experience as far as the unhoused shit. and basically took everything I fucking worked for and Jesse worked for and just fucking just shit on it. And this dude was complicit in it because he runs the elections department, right? And so we've been kind of like going in on him because there was another cat he wouldn't let get on the ballot either. They said we were poor sports and sore losers, but that's not it. We worked fucking hard and we did it though. We did it in a different way. Well, these motherfuckers are collecting money in dollars and fucking showboating and pandering. We were out there hitting the streets and it was in fucked up conditions. If y'all remember, I was really fucking sick and we had 2 fucking bomb cyclones. And it was fucking terrible, terrible fucking conditions. And not only did Jesse have to fight to get into fucking debates, they literally kicked him out because they said he didn't make the ballot, which was a fucking, it could have been true, it could have not been true. I know that they kicked out a lot of motherfucking signatures that we know for a fact lived in those buildings. You know what I mean? And like the first time they kicked back the first 50, I was like this with a highlighter. Like this is a highlighter. I was like, nope, they live there. They live there. Oh, they kicked them out because it's a Muslim name. You know what I mean? Yeah. So tell us we don't know our people. We intentionally went and got signatures from motherfuckers we know actual have live addresses and shit. We were intentional about this. My flyers only touch black hands. They motherfucking white people had a fucking let me see. So I know exactly what the fuck we did. And then to go to do round 2 the way you did it, it was better, but in the same sense, if you're not a fucking Democrat, which is stupid, because obviously, then you know you're gonna get the shit end of the state. So this dude was asking for more money, and he said no. The mayor said no. The mayor, killed like 174 jobs and all this other shit. The mayor talks out of both sides of his face. So look, I'm gonna play this for a little bit. I'm not gonna play a whole bunch. I'm just gonna give you like 12 minutes of it because this dude makes me mad, and I can't wait till it's his turn so we can reelect somebody else.
I want to be absolutely clear that the mayor's proposal will decimate voter services in 2006. This will jeopardize turnout. It will disenfranchise voters.
Well, I live in Aurora, so I was going in 1999. I was 19 years old, and I had just had a baby, so I was out there just getting it how I live, just trying to support my baby. When that happened, I saw it on the news. I saw that they tried to tell it was the little 2 white boys or whatever. I think they called it the trench coat mafia or some bullshit like that. They tried to blame fucking Marilyn Manson for the music and I don't know what else. It's around the same time as fucking like 9/11 too, I think. Not real sure. A lot of shit was happening that day. And when that happened, I was like I do with any other thing, especially when it's like in those places. Like this was in Evergreen, so it's up in the mountainish areas. And once they said, well, I kind of got the gist of it, but I didn't really care because at the same time, I think a kid brought a gun to school in the East High School area again at the same time. So too much was happening on that day. And I think that day, just recently, I think that was also the day the old Master Charlie got it too. So, you know what I mean? I was more surprised about the reaction towards Master Charlie. Because that was like, whoa. I didn't have no reaction to it. I lived in Aurora when a lot of things happened in Aurora, like the Chuck E. Cheese shooting, the movie theater shooting. That shit kind of more affected me because it was in my neighborhood where my parents live. So yeah, that was more. And plus the Chuck E. Cheese shooting, I knew the brothers. So you know what I mean. That was kind of
both in the primary in 2026, which is a contested gubernatorial primary, and the general midterms, which I don't have to explain how important those midterms are going to be and how high profile they will be.
If I remember correctly, I think you ran for city council mayor, and then House District 8. And then we're taking a break because I was going to run for Aurora office, but I figured that I need more education on how things are done. Aurora is a home rule and a municipality, and I need more education on how small businesses are run, who's in charge, how money's allocated, how the fraternal order of the police goes. Because I'm more focused on my crime bill than I am anything, because the rules keep changing on a day-to-day basis. So I want them to be punished to financial levels. Since they're not going to go to jail, I want other things to happen. So I'm more watching that, and I don't know. I would have moved to Denver because I thought it would be easier, but it's not. I don't know. Jesse might run for office again, and he hasn't decided where he's going to run for. But we're taking this next little bit to thoroughly get an education on finances, how the administration works, city council runs, who's really in charge of the purse, that type of shit. Because benign neglect really has to stop, considering that we're funding our own reparations bill or reparations project. So no, shout out to him. It's the first dude ever in my life that was on a different level. I've only been to motherfuckers like me, like thuggish, shit. Something different. He wanted to do politics, and every good politician is a thug. That's me.
In a year. Mayor Johnston has said these cuts will not cut critical services. However, that is just not true. These cuts will absolutely cut the voters' access to the ballot box and our polling centers. These are critical services. This is critical infrastructure in the city and county of Denver, especially during an election. His proposal underfunds my office by $4.5 million next year. What does that mean for elections? That means we have to reduce drop boxes and polling centers to the bare minimum required by state law. You all know, and by now, that Denver elections is the gold standard. Denver elections is a national model when it comes to access to the ballot box. There are a lot of different reasons for that. One of those is having 46 drop boxes, having multiple vote centers, and having the ability within 22 days to return your ballot through the mail.
1 second, family.
Let me walk you through each election what this means. For the primary close, we would have to close 12 polling centers. 12 polling centers. This means we will go from having 17 to just 5. 4 are required by state law on college campuses, and 1 central location, which has always been the Web Building. We would have to close 8 drop boxes, reducing our capacity from 46 to 38. Every year, we identify areas where we can expand access to the ballot box. This access also includes areas that are often ignored, that have historically not had access to the ballot box. We filled in those gaps. This threatens that work and that vision. For the general and midterm election, that means closing a polling center from 39 to 38 and closing the 8 drop boxes that I mentioned before. Now, what's that got to do? A person would probably ask, why drop boxes? Well, I'll tell you why drop boxes, because for 22 days, we have bipartisan teams of 2, our ballot security teams, election judges. Election judges are not volunteer, ladies and gentlemen, that go and empty those boxes out. We have to provide the vehicle in which to do so. This is all state law. This is not optional. So when we have to close drop boxes, it's because there's budget attached to operating those drop boxes. We would have to reduce the number of election judges staffing those remaining polling centers by 1/3. We would have to eliminate all 9 drive-through drop-off locations at all of our vote centers. These are the ones that all you got to do is cruise up, hand the ballot over, and
he's acting like we're gonna have a major turnout. I think I commented on this video. Keep in mind every time I comment on something, these fuckers take it all down. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I did comment on it. I'll read it to you in a second. We didn't have a major turnout last couple of times. We're not gonna have a major turnout this time. I think he's not understanding that we're done with the democratic system. We're not gonna have it. Yes, okay, Michael. Yes. What I say, the mayor Mike Johnson favors illegal immigration. Yes. Not because he speaks fluent Spanish, because that's just that's like a selling point for him. I don't know why, but yeah, he's just doing it so he could probably talk to Univision or something. In the media. Okay. Here's the thing. When the immigrants that we're beefing about are the ones that came in on the major influx from 21 to 25. Okay. Well, we're talking about those, right? We're talking about them. They're the ones that put they're the ones that broke the infrastructure. They're the ones that put us in this debt. He's the one that put us in this debt. Okay. Johnston is. He is. And yes, he favored them by saying all they want to do is work. So we're going to fast track them through. Yeah, he's the one that did it. It totally did it. But then he wants to act like, push it on to the unhoused again. And what he's doing is when you start cutting 174 jobs, this and that, and start cutting certain things, what are you creating? Homelessness. You know what I mean? When he starts taking away the shelters and stuff like that, he's creating homelessness again. So how is he solving it if he's creating it, right? Make sense. And the unhoused, the Hispanic people that were there, they get to ride around doing everything. Like they get to ride around the bus. They get to act stupid with us every time they see us. You know what I mean? Just like on the bus, they get mad. Dude, if I run your foot over, that's because you won't get up out the first row of seats, which is for disabled. And I gotta point that out. I don't give a fuck if you have a fucking baby stroller or not. You know what I mean? We're elders, disabled first, then them. You dig? But no, he's off for them. He fast tracked them. He put them in apartments. He moved them around. He lied to Aurora. Yeah, of course. And now he's gonna have to come correct. But is he? No. So who's taking the brunt of all this and all this extra taxes, all this money from this new budget that's coming out? We just had a meeting about it. It's shit. That budget is ambiguously salacious. So yeah. And this dude's a dick. He just wants more money. He didn't want to make no cuts. He said he wasn't going to make no cuts. And now he's complaining. He's acting like we're going to have a big major turnout. We're not. Why? First of all, because FBA is going to stand on we're not going to the ballot box unless there's fucking tangibles. So far, there's nothing tangible going up on the ballot. Trust me, we're doing city council every fucking week. We would know.
And they put it in there, just like you see outside of 14th Avenue, just like you've seen at Montbello and other.
Keep in mind, the last election, 2 of those boxes got set on fire and ran over.
Areas where we do this. This would eliminate all voter coach locations except Emily Griffith, which is required by state law. These reductions will result, if you haven't put this together, in slower ballot processing and delayed final results. Those of you who have been in this building know that we are packed to the walls with election judges. This would harm our ability to do that. The longer the delay, the longer the distrust, the misinformation that builds up, and the tension that builds up with folks.
Keep in mind, if you've been following it, that last election when Jesse was running for mayor, took damn near a week and a half to fucking get the results, and he did that fuck shit. The other thing too is you got what is that lady, Diana DeGette or whatever, whoever's Secretary of State, right? I guess she's got somebody running against her, so sure, I guess, I don't know. She had all the passwords were given out and didn't want to resign or nothing. to these fucking little stupid ass machines and shit. Because you got mail-in ballots. You got mail-in ballots, which people actually here do mail-in ballots. It's very rare you see motherfuckers go to stand in line. You know what I mean? By the time you go see that is that when you got people collecting ballots for the elders or whatever, or the unhoused, you got them taking those in, and you can only do 10 out of 10 only. So, you know, we got mail-in ballots, all that shit. He's talking out his ass, and he's acting like there's going to be a major turnout. If anything, it's going to be a major turnout to get everybody out their spots. But it's not going to be like that. Why? Because look at what's happening in our city. Nobody's going to vote for this fuck shit.
Folks awaiting results. Now, Mayor Johnson will tell you that he's required by charter to propose a balanced budget. But that should not happen. And as a matter of fact, in the 18 years of being elected official, 12 on council and 6 as your clerk and recorder, it has never happened this way. It has never happened on the backs of independent offices, which he has no oversight, no expertise, and no authority over. This is the city and county of Denver's charter. This is the people. We swear an oath to uphold our charter. We swear an oath to uphold our Constitution. That charter says that the clerk and recorder is an independent elected office. An independent elected office with the exclusivity. All elections, all matters pertaining to elections are exclusively held in the office of the clerk and recorder, whether it's administration, the canvass of voters, the conduct of elections. The charter adopted by the people is clear. The funding is also required for our office to be able to fulfill any requirement mandated by state law. Elections is one of those. It is an absolute overreach. It is an absolute violation of the charter of the city and county of Denver for the mayor to attempt to control, determine, or dictate my office's needs. It is the mayor's gross mismanagement of the city budget that is requiring him to make difficult decisions about where to cut city services. Given the state of our country, now is not the time to defund elections. And as a personal hero of mine would say, John Lewis, that elections are the most powerful, non-violent tool we have to create a more perfect union, and the most appropriate means to participate in our democracy. Now more than ever in the state of our country, think about what that means and what those words mean. When the most appropriate change is the ballot box, we should not be removing ballot boxes. We should not be defunding elections at a time where the federal overreach on the state's constitutional authority over elections, threatening Colorado's gold election stand-in model. Now more than ever, elections officials around the country are counting on local government to have our backs during a time where elections are under threat. Misinformation is at an all-time high, and where federal support, especially from the Department of Homeland Security, the Cyber Information Security Agency, has been pulled to support our offices. And now, as your clerk and recorder, over the last 6 years, being able to manage an elections during a pandemic, during a post-January 6th environment, we are now seeing what I thought was the unthinkable. That the greatest threat to democracy in Denver, Colorado is not coming from the Trump administration's bombast threats, but instead the realistic cuts from Denver's own mayor, right here in our backyard. We didn't prepare for the last 6 years to defend this election system, to defend our right to the ballot box, just to be stabbed in the back in our own backyard.
You put them there.
The clerk and recorder is required to administer elections according to state and federal laws. These are not optional necessities. They are people's rights. They're enshrined in the Constitution. And when funding is cut, we don't get fewer mandates. We just lose the ability to deliver these services efficiently and fairly. I want to be clear. We're not asking for extras. We're not asking for an increase. I know that was said to you earlier before. We've already tightened our belt. We've already streamlined operations. We cut our budget by 25% this year. I know you're not going to hear that from the mayor's office because they don't want you to know that. That is the absolute truth. Our ability to deliver essential services cannot be pared back any further without harming Denver voters. Now, on the topic of resources, 2 major elections demand full resources. In 2026, we must conduct both a state primary and a general midterm election, both expected to draw a record turnout. But despite this, our budget is proposed to be less than this year, when we only have 1 election. In fact, it is only slightly more than what was appropriated in 2022 when we had the same elections, despite a 9% increase in voters, 22% increase in the minimum wage, and more than 30% increase in the cost of print and mail ballots. We can't run a 2026 midterm gubernatorial primary and a midterm November election with 2022's budget. We simply can't do it. Ask any person in this state to run their budget and their family household with those numbers. With the price of with the cost of inflation and everything else that's affecting the bottom line, it also affects our operations. This should have been accounted for, and this is something that we have made clear to the mayor's office. 2 major elections demand those full resources, and we cannot run those elections with fewer. Fully funding the clerk and recorder's office is not about politics, it's not about disagreement. It's about protecting democracy in the most critical time in our country. We sincerely hope that the City Council, who I know shares the same values, will support a budget amendment to ensure Denver voters continue to have the full access to the democratic process, especially at this critical time in our country's history. And I want to make something absolutely clear. I heard this yesterday, and I heard this on the mayor's town hall, and I heard this publicly. The mayor threatened City Council with, if you so much as try to amend our budget, we're going to have to lay people off. That is absolutely untrue. And as an independent elected official and a former councilman, I find that as a slap in the face to the City Council. I think it undermines their authority. It erodes what's in the charter. The City Council is the body that the people have elected to make decisions on the budget, to appropriate the funds. They are the voice of the people. That should not be eroded. That should not be disregarded.
Low key, it sounded like the mayor made a threat on that, right? And then it also sounded like he made a threat too beforehand. You know what I mean? Like, kind of sounds kind of menacing right here. A little threatening.
Household with those numbers, with the price of with the cost of inflation and everything else that's affecting the bottom line, it also affects our operation. The mayor's office, because they don't want you to know that. That is the absolute truth. Our ability to deliver essential services cannot be pared back any further without harming Denver voters. Now, on the topic of resources, 2 major elections demand full resources. In 2026, we must conduct both a state primary and a general midterm election, both expected to draw a record turnout. But despite this, our budget is proposed to be less than this year, when we only have 1 election. In fact, it is only slightly more than what was appropriated in 2022 when we had the same elections, despite a 9% increase in voters, 22% increase in the minimum wage, and more than 30% increase in the cost of print and mail ballots. We can't run a 2026 midterm gubernatorial primary and a midterm November election with 2022's budget. We simply can't do it. Ask any person in this state to run their budget and their family household with those numbers. But the price of with the cost of inflation and everything else that's affecting the bottom line, it also affects our operations. This should have been accounted for, and this is something that we have made clear to the mayor's office. 2 major elections demand those full resources, and we cannot run those elections with fewer. Fully funding the clerk and recorder's office is not about politics, not about disagreement. It's about protecting democracy in the most critical time in our country. We sincerely hope that the city council, who I know shares the same values, will support a budget amendment to ensure Denver voters continue to have the full access to the democratic process, especially at this critical time in our country's history. And I want to make something absolutely clear. I heard this yesterday, and I heard this on the mayor's town hall, and I heard this publicly. The mayor threatened city council with, if you so much as try to amend our budget, we're going to have to lay people off. That is absolutely untrue. And as an independent elected official and a former councilman, I find that as a slap in the face to the city council. I think it undermines their authority. It erodes what's in the charter. The city council is the body that the people have elected to make decisions on the budget, to appropriate the funds. They are the voice of the people. That should not be eroded. That should not be disregarded. That is something that is in the charter. It's how Denver runs. It is the checks and balances of government that we have to protect, not blur the lines of. So with that, I do want to take questions from the meeting.
I have some questions on numbers, just talking about and referencing that 25% that you had mentioned.
Yes.
From the mayor's office, it says that originally for 2026, your office requested an $18.7 million budget, a nearly $4 million increase. And then they say that your agency will only be reduced slightly for 2026 by 1.5%, a decrease from 2025. Can you explain how you're getting that 25%?
So the 25% was a reduction this year, 2025. That's what we've reduced. We cut services, or we didn't cut services. We cut our budget. We were able to identify savings because this year, in 2025, we only have one election, which is coming up in November, on November 4th. Make sure you're registered to vote. That's the only reason why we were able to actually give money to help with the city, with the city's budget woes. And we did that, cut 25% this year. That includes nearly $1 million in a one-time savings. That includes holding vacant positions vacant. We've identified that money this year so that we wouldn't have to cut this next year. The other part of that is they're simply what the costs are. If the clerk and recorder, and the charter says that the clerk and recorder determines that the budget necessary is $8.7 million, then we are obligated as a city to make sure that happens. That's enshrined in the charter. Those are the powers that were voted on by the people to ensure that elections are continued to be funded, they continue to be operated, or continue to operate with, regardless of who's elected into the mayor's office or even the city council.
When I said I think he made a little threat, it's because I felt like he said they, like basically, he's in charge. He's the one that put the mayor in the office. He's the one that's in the office. You know what I mean? He's the one it's like the kingmaker. If you look at it like that. You know what I mean? So I felt like he made a little threat like towards that. And the mayor too. The mayor don't, doing like Trump tactics. You know what I mean? Like, don't touch this or else. Right. All right. Let's see. Y'all want to see? Y'all want to see? You get it. Fuck it. Just for fuzzies. Just for fuzzies. Fucking Chuck E. Cheese, man. They arrested Chuck E. Cheese.
Come with me, Chucky. Come on. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir.
Not something any parent, let alone a child, wants to see when they're hanging out at Chuck E. Cheese.
Let's go. We're going to talk to you in a minute, okay? We got to do our job, ma'am. It's not my call, ma'am.
Now, obviously, it wasn't Charles Entertainment Cheese who was arrested, but it's the man behind the famous mouse ears who got caught in what some may say is a mousetrap.
Thank you. Something you wear?
No, sir, I don't want no stuff like that.
You don't wear anything like that? That's not you? That's not you.
Thanks for joining us on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. I really have so many puns to this story, but I'll try to keep them brief. And let's just say this mouse got caught up trying to allegedly entertainment center in Tallahassee, Florida, during a now viral arrest. But now we're learning more details, so let's start from the beginning. On July 23rd, a woman called police about a stolen debit card. Whoever stole the card racked up purchases at places like Time Saver, Whataburger, Circle K, Don's Grocery and Meats, and a couple smoke shops. The woman who reported her card stolen said the last time she physically had her card was at a Chuck E. Cheese about a month before while attending a kid's birthday party. Now, according to the police report, the woman kept a log of the fraudulent charges, and she did some detective work herself. She visited the places where the charges were made. She was reportedly able to obtain footage matching the timestamps of the purchases, and that led her to recognizing the suspect. She met with police, and she's been blurred from this body cam video.
I mean, yeah, well, it's not an NTA because it's a felony.
It's a felony, yeah. He's got to go.
We'll just see what he says and kind of go from there, but we have it on camera, him using the card to buy something at, I need to get that store that he's on film, actually, passing it. And then, obviously, we have to actually get the footage from the actual store. Okay. So not that she's not credible, obviously she is, but we basically recover from their system.
Why don't you text it to me?
She explained to them what happened and how the suspect was an employee at Chuck E. Cheese. But there's a huge problem. The suspect is Chuck E. Cheese. Well, he's dressed up like him.
What about if 3 cops go on the front door?
He might try. I doubt it.
That's what I'm saying. So our strategy is to get him just to go to the back just in case.
Sweep into the back.
I think that's a good idea. When we get to that point, make sure you get everything and you're confident. And can you let him see the video? Because he's going to be the one writing the report today, so or arrest or whatever.
How can a group of police officers go up to Chuck E. with kids there? But that's what they did.
Oh my God. All right, I'm going live.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be epic. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Task management. Who's in the mouse?
Yeah, already have the manager here. We don't know that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we are. Do it. I want you to. Go around and ask. Go around.
You want me to come in front of these kids? Okay. Ma'am, who's in the mouse suit? Was it the gentleman that was just up here? Okay. Chucky's a little bit busy, ma'am. Chucky, come with me, Chucky. Come on. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir.
I got
I would try to sit up with young kids.
Come on. We're on this way, sir.
All right, sir.
Okay.
All right, then no doubt what to do.
Okay. We're going to talk to you in a minute, okay? We got to do our job, ma'am. It's not my call, ma'am.
It's not there though.
I'm gonna talk to you in a minute, let you know what's
I'm
going on.
making a scene for the sake of the children, you know? Because he could have been like, fuck all that. He was like, stop resisting, don't make a scene. I was like, see, young children, this is how they do black mice. You see? Automatically thought I was resisting. See? You see?
All right, that's fine. I got you.
I'm working, entertaining kids for a living.
I got you, buddy. Come over here. You got anything on you? Can poke me, stick me, stab me? You got anything on you? I'm gonna pat you down, okay? What's that? What's in your pocket here? Just your wallet and stuff?
So I looked it up online. There are rules when it comes to this. It's Mascot 101 to stay in character the entire time you're in costume. No speaking, definitely no cursing, and you can never change your costume in public. But those rules were broken that day, allegedly along with some laws too.
I'm working. I'm just doing my job.
I got you.
What the is this about?
We're
gonna talk to you in a second.
How does this come off, man? Is it just like a normal
I
shirt?
gotta take this back. This is my work stuff.
Okay, we'll take care of that in a minute.
We'll do it. Put him in the car and read it.
All right, come on.
Man, what is going on, man?
All right, just hold on right here. You don't have anything that's gonna poke me or stick me, right?
Oh, sorry, man.
All right, don't worry about reaching or anything, okay? Where the you got pants on underneath this?
I gotta take all this stuff off, man. I gotta get a dress. What is going on?
Just pat him down.
Okay.
Pat him down for now.
I didn't feel any weapons, so.
Do you have any weapons, knives?
I don't carry weapons.
All right, have a seat in here, sir. I'm gonna read you something, okay?
What is going on?
I'm about to explain that to you right after I read you this, okay?
And finally,
I left the thing in the office. In Florida. I left that thing in the office. Sorry. I had to get that out of my system, man. I was like, they did Chucky so dirty. Like, I would have been making all kinds of. I would say, see, young children. Oh my God. All right. I guess we're gonna move to the Charlie Kirk thing. Let me get this out. I want to save my thing for later. Let's see. Okay. Fuck it. Where'd it go? I guess he was supposed to be coming up here this week. I guess they had something going on. That's what that's about. Hopefully get into some laughter. Oh my God, why? That sucks. All right. Hold on. All right, fucker.
All right, kids. Usually, when there's a national tragedy, and there's not only a victim of an act of violence, but there's also a perpetrator whose face will be all over the news, I, like millions of my people all over the country, will say, I hope he's not black. It's kind of a rite of passage at this point. Well, for the first time in my life, last week, after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed, I said to myself, I hope it wasn't a leftist who did it. And before I continue, I'm not going to pretend like leftists aren't violent. We got problems. I've said so many times, we don't like ourselves or each other. We're rarely even on speaking terms with the rest of America, which is why I'm telling you, don't engage. The right.
Where it happened, you could clearly see it was a sea assault. So it would only make sense that who did it was also of the salty persuasion. Just saying. Just saying. It is where it's given is Utah, Mormon country. I've been to Utah. Trust me. There's like a speckle of pepper here and there. I was out there for like 4 months. Doing some other shit. Don't worry about what I was doing. That's not important. But to tell you the level of racism from out there is real. And then the level of here, let's try to relate kind of bullshit is whack too. So the level of fetishizing, huge. But this was like something else. This was like, it only made sense.
Or the wrong people, if you know what I mean. The type that when you tell them who Charlie Kirk was, you might get told that you're taking him out of context or paraphrasing him, or they'll say, don't speak ill of the dead when you're simply quoting him. I guess some get more free speech than others. The type that when you tell them who Tyler Robinson isn't, you may get met with the idea that he was radicalized in college at Utah State University, the one semester he was there.
How does a 22-year-old become so filled with hate? 5 years earlier, I was told he was a Trump supporter. And we sent our kids off to college and they brainwashed them. I am making a plea to mothers out there. Do not send your children into these indoctrination camps. Don't do it. Do not do it.
That's Carrie Lake making up stuff at Charlie Kirk's vigil. She graduated from the University of Iowa. Her kids are either in college currently or went to college in the past. Anyways, this is the kind of nonsense you gotta deal with IRL. And if you're going to argue with somebody online, it could be against a blue check or a bot. There's no use. Don't engage. So if there's a such thing as middle ground in today's political climate, and it's proven that Charlie Kirk's murder was political violence, then we can agree that political violence is always wrong, no matter what. And it's all this country has ever known. Recent history tells us how this country responds when a European American causes destruction and death if it can't be politicized. Then that story goes away, but we'll get back to that later. For now, give those folks space and opportunity to fight inflation and the most recent jobs report. They should be. The rest of America has to combat the other school shootings that took place on September 10th and September 11th. With that said, I have taken it upon myself to show you who you would be contending with.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves.
Who's they? All of a sudden, people who have denied that English put in plural form can be applied to a single person are using preferred pronouns. Keep in mind, this clip and most of the clips that I'm about to show you were recorded before we knew who murdered Charlie Kirk. We were already aware of the fact that it took one shot and one bullet from one person to bring about this horrible situation. And oh yeah, who's their we? And us. They've declared war with us. We're talking about liberals? Leftists? Libs of TikTok tweeted, "This is war," all caps. And to be clear, Chaya Raichik ain't gonna do shit. She should be busy giving us phase 2 of the Epstein files. And by the way, we still don't know what's in those binders. But she knows that her followers could do something. All they need to see is an Eminem be less sexy or a beer company give a trans woman cans with their face on it to get radical.
Jesse's right. If they could do this, they are capable of anything. I think that was the message. I believe that was the message. It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're not the radical type.
We need to talk about sane washing while remaining uncivil. I'm preaching to the choir, but this chorus of cries for civil war on Charlie's behalf had certain people changing their tune once faced with the fact that they couldn't criminalize the other side of the aisle, like they did with the Epstein files. As my man Max said, since these people are busy rewriting their history and deleting their posts, here's how the lower the temperature right acted when they thought Charlie Kirk's shooter was a transgender liberal and realized that their opponent's political ideology doesn't matter to them. They don't even notice that they are what they oppose.
You caused it. Look at me right now. You caused this. When you tell people that someone is Hitler, you are telling crazy people, go kill them. And I am sick of pretending that that is anything other than what they're doing.
See what I mean? Clay Travis later admitted that words are not violence. And whether he knows it or not, and will acknowledge it or not, the current vice president called the current president America's Hitler. Said current president has dined with those who refer to themselves as Nazis or say and do Nazi stuff or are Nazi sympathizers, which are Nazis. And Donald Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist multiple times. If I didn't know any better, because of tweets like this, I would think that the person debating Charlie Kirk was actually the one losing so bad that he was the one that pulled out a gun and fired it. Charlie Kirk died during an event at Utah Valley University on Wednesday, September 10th in Orem, Utah. I don't need to tell you that Orem and Utah at large are predominantly white Mormon places, with many, if not most, of the people in power in that state being conservative. It is legal to open carry a gun on Utah's public university and college campuses with very few exceptions. The state is possibly the most permissive in the country when it comes to guns and what few laws restrict them, including in higher education spaces. That isn't to say that any law would have saved Kirk that day, let alone a good guy with a gun stopping a bad guy with a gun. Speaking of, when the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the one that the GOP wanted to defund, sought out the trigger man, they seemed to struggle. Kash Patel, director of the FBI, had two different subjects, his words, not mine, in custody, not suspects, and eventually released them. You should know that back in March, it was reported that thousands of federal law enforcement officials from multiple agencies were enlisted to take on new work as immigration officers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas. Agents who pursue drug traffickers and tax fraud are being reassigned to enforce immigration law. Federal agents who usually hunt down child abusers are now cracking down on immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. Law enforcement relies on tips from time to time, and this case isn't unique in that regard. And again, I'm not saying that the agency would have prevented this murder. However, it's as if they were looking for a non-white Anglo-Saxon Protestant male for some reason.
This shit ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because I want to protect women, that I'm worried about getting murdered? Are you fucking kidding me? It's out of control, and enough is enough. And I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to be more vigilant than ever. I'm going to be louder than I've ever been until this shit stops. It's got to stop.
Representative Nancy Mace went from wanting to bring back the death penalty prior to an arrest being made to wanting to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus a day and a half later. I wonder why that is. I hope you've noted that so far, I'm addressing the major, mainstream right-wing politicians and pundits, not some mysterious unnamed monster in your comment section and your mentions. With these contradictions and inconsistencies, we're making our way to the top. I mean, when did the left become a political party? And who is celebrating cold-blooded murder?
Shot him and killed him. And the left's celebrating it. And, all the Democrats calling for violence, everything else is just sick filth.
Leftists across social media are making their wish list of who they'd like to see assassinated next. I've seen my name on the list. Benz is on it. Many other names.
We're not going to have a group hug and sit down with Democrats. They are targeting conservatives. They're targeting leaders because the left is not going to get off the hook in this. All these reports coming. What do you mean we're at war banner? What are you talking about this? They assassinated Charlie Kirk in cold blood in a targeted exercise that took planning. And now we're going to sit here and let's have some groups. Let's get together and have a group hug.
The guy who almost definitely defamed families of Sandy Hook and called their kids crisis actors, and the guy whose anti-trans rhetoric likely assuredly led to bomb threats at Children's Hospital in Boston, and the ghost of white supremacist past, won't name names. Which Democrat? Are they in Congress? Are they elected officials? Don't get me wrong, the vote blue no matter whose were coming up with hit lists on Blue Sky. Well, it was either them or conservatives who think the Daily Wire isn't going hard enough, or both. But none of these people are prominent, and nobody is more prominent than this guy.
Tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious and they're horrible and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone. They want open borders.
Stuff like that provides justification and cover for crazies to defend themselves from the far left, as well as for MAGA to go after its opponents. The Utah Republican Party is talking about breeding grounds for liberal hate, while Democrat and GOP college and high school groups are sending joint statements in solidarity. Good for them. Got flags all over the country at half-staff for Charlie Kirk, but Speaker of the Minnesota House, Melissa Hortman, only got that treatment in her own state. President Trump did condemn those shootings, though. Put that on there. Paul Pelosi was attacked to within an inch of his life and barely recovered before seeing conservatives post his assault as a Halloween costume. Charlie Kirk got a moment of silence at a Yankee game and other sporting events, and I didn't hear a keep politics out of sports. Matthew Dowd said something Charlie Kirk quoted on MSNBC and got fired for it. Didn't get a call out about cancel culture. They're getting folks fired from their jobs. The Matt Walshes of the world are blaming labels of Nazi and fascist and describes himself as a fascist in his own bio. Several HBCUs had to go on lockdown or cancel classes due to something that had nothing to do with Black people. If I'm being generous, the shooter could be left of center, sure, or a groiper. If others can pretend like Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old from Utah, very white and Mormon and conservative, got his talking points and acquired his target from the mainstream media as if he watched Meet the Press on Sunday mornings, then why not Discord servers and 4chan memes? Or this.
Boom, gone, bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called you're dead.
Going back to what I alluded to at the very beginning of this video about Black people and leftists, us and we. The governor of Utah stated, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country, he said. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. Can't none of us, any group affiliation, make that claim? Well, there is a group in particular that wants bigger, better, and bolder firearm legislation, moderation on social media, and for Palestine and Sudan to be free, but whatever. If we're going to argue about where Tyler Robinson's ideology came from, we should focus on where it went and where extremism in America often goes, to the use of guns and firearms and other means to carry out destruction and death. It's here where I want to remind you of something. Do you remember that? Do you even know it happened? On Christmas Day in 2020, Anthony Quinn Warner detonated a bomb from his RV in downtown Nashville, Tennessee, killing himself in the process and injuring 8 others. The explosion damaged an entire block of buildings. Now, it could be due to the fact that there wasn't multiple casualties. However, this story died in the news almost just after the new year rang out in 2021. Whether we know a motive or not, it was definitely terrorism. That block in Nashville didn't open again till just after a year later. Looking back on it, I'm surprised that the cities were burning during the George Floyd protest type people weren't up in arms about this. Yet, I'm not shocked. Neither liberal or conservative media could latch on to Warner's political ideology in order to blame the other side of the aisle. Therefore, we don't hear about it. they didn't engage. I'm still bothered by the police checking in on him and sweeping warnings under the rug, but that was 4 years ago, a lifetime ago on social media. When I heard about Charlie Kirk being murdered, I considered being done with this YouTube channel. I thought about switching from political commentary to sports. My audience wouldn't let me get away with that, but it's still in the back of my mind. I don't want to be a part of so many bad faith takes. It takes a lot out of you. The right wing has vowed to ramp up their free exchange and sharing of ideas in the public square, which is really just using debates as sounding boards for right wing rhetoric. That's part of the reason why I'm not a debate bro. Ben Shapiro and company are under the impression that Charlie Kirk was killed over his opinions. Okay, but I'll say this. An opinion can be wrong, bad, dumb, and dangerous. Peep Charlie Kirk's final interaction on this earth. It's not a debate. He was asked, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the past years? Kirk, not wanting to give the actual, real, numerical answer because there is one, said, too many. True, you got me. The liberal TikToker who now regrets this encounter then asked, do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? And instead of saying too many, Kirk's response was counting or not counting gang violence. I'll let you draw your own conclusions as to what he was getting at there. I'll leave with this. Something I want you to recall as we move forward that's attributed to James Baldwin. We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. As always, we're going to be all right.
My thoughts on it, family. Stay out of it. Let them eat themselves. Stay out of it. I think that they were expecting a reaction from us and we didn't give them what they wanted. And who's at war? What are they talking about? You know what I mean?
You have some of these fools out here, particularly folks from my community.
Yeah, see how he starts when he talks to us? See what I'm saying? You think Stephen A would go like that and talk to the whites that way? Gen X should have never went for it. But the fact we was raised by the boomers, I think we fell into accepting it. We never liked it. We never liked it. When Obama used to talk down to us, we never liked it. But we put up with it and said, they old, they don't know no better. But our kids are not going for it.
You have some of these fools out here, particularly folks from my community, excoriating me because, oh my Lord, I was celebrating Charlie Kirk. No, I was not. Don't know the man, never watched what he said before he was his political assassin.
So if you don't know the man, you didn't watch what he said, why were you talking about how the brother don't deserve what he deserved? Why do any of that if you don't know nothing about it? Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. If he was David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, would he deserve you to be up there talking to us, down to us about what we need to do, not do, don't do this, don't do that? No, you wouldn't. Well, how you know he ain't David Duke, dog? How you know that if you don't know nothing about him, Stephen A? If you don't know nothing about him, why are you talking? Why are you talking? Won't you just shut up? If you don't know anything about him, why not just shut the up? Just say it. There's things I don't know about. Do you see me talking intensely about the Canelo fight, the Canelo Crawford fight? No, because I don't know nothing about it. I don't follow boxing to that extent anymore. I'm too busy doing this. Guess what, Stephen A? You don't know enough about politics to talk politics. You too busy doing sports. But you're only talking about it because you're greedy. You're greedy. You just want money. You don't really give a shit. If it was a calling, you'd have been doing it 10 years ago. You've had money this whole time. You've had money to do this. Why didn't you do it? because you had no interest in doing it. Anyway.
Assassination last week. Never, I didn't know anything about what he had said. My point is, now that I do, although many people might find it offensive from different ethnic backgrounds, that's not my point when I was speaking what I said the other day. What I was saying was, he was murdered.
Dude, hey, look, man, I ain't gonna do this with him for real, dog. You know how many murders there were yesterday? If that's your point, look, man, I cover news. That's why I cover it. If you're not a news person, why are you even talking about Charlie Kirk? Just saying, if you're not a news person, why is he even doing this? You know what? I'm telling you why I do it. I cover news all day. This is what I do. That's what I do. I wake up, I do the news. I got 6 news stories. They're not all about this. They're not all about Stephen A. talking about this. I got 6 things on this list. Why is he talking about it?
Streamed live in front of all of our faces. And no matter what you think or what you feel about what he has said or what his ideology is or what his position may be, that ain't the damn time to be bringing that stuff up. When a man is murdered in front of his wife and children. That's all I was saying. And I don't take back what I said one iota. And I'll leave it at that. People will lie and misrepresent my positions all.
Nobody misrepresenting your dumbass positions. Nobody misrepresenting you. You run your mouth about things you don't know about Stephen A. And then you get on your high horse like you're doing a civil. This is a public service. I'm helping you dumb, silly Negroes understand that you have to have etiquette. You should reserve your time for being disgusted by Charlie Kirk. You know, there were people that were disgusted about Charlie Kirk for years. Charlie Kirk been talking smack for years. Smearing black people, talking shit about black people, then throw a little cherry on it. But I'm trying to help black people because, you know, they're not good dads. You know, they're not good with their women. You know, because they let the government take over their women. I'm trying to help them out. These Negroes can't be left to their own devices. They're black. They don't know what to do with themselves. As good Christians, we got to help shelter. Got to help, got to get the sheep, especially these dumb black ones, and lead them away. Lead them the right way. There are people that haven't liked Charlie's rhetoric for damn near 10 years. Him and Candace Owens, who you platformed. You knew what she said. Can you say that about Candace Owens? Can you pretend that you didn't know all of her anti-black talk? Who was she working for when she was doing it? Charlie Kirk. She was working for Charlie Kirk. When she was saying all those negative things about black people, who was she touring with? Charlie Kirk. Who was paying her to say all those things? Charlie Kirk. And when you had Candace Owens on your show, guess who you did not ask anything about any shit she ever said? Candace Owens. You did not ask a question about any of the anti-black rhetoric that came out of her mouth for damn near 8 years straight. Don't act like don't act like you're a fair player in this. Stephen A is greedy. He get caught out because he deserve it. Ain't nobody playing favors. Nobody putting words in your mouth. I've been talking about you and the Candace Owens crap, the disappointment that you were. Instead of questioning her and putting her on the hot seat about all the stuff she said about Black America, all you did was kiss her ass and big her up. Let's finish this.
All the time. That's why I have a radio show. That's why I'm on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 82. That's why I'm debuting on POTUS Radio this Wednesday night from 6 to 8 p.m. on Sirius XM, Channel 124.
You know why you're doing all those things, Stephen A? Because you don't stand up for black people. Not really. You're a token. You're a pawn, Stephen A. And you like it that way. You very clearly stated years ago that every day you wake up in the morning, you try to figure out a way to make your boss more money. You didn't say you wake up every day and try to find a way to help Black America. You didn't say you wake up every day and want to inform Black America what's going on in the world. You said every day you wake up and you come up with new ways to make money for your boss. That's a very clear distinction between you and me. That's a very clear distinction. I do not wake up every morning and think, what can I do to help make ESPN more money? You don't have our best interests at heart. You never did. And the only thing I will give you as credit is you never said you did. It's just you try to carry it like you do when you don't. And for that, you get called out on this show. You said you made this clip. Why make this clip, bro? Oh, the big up to promote this show you're going to now be doing. That's it. That you would not be doing if you were actually standing up for us. And I just want to be clear. That's what all my people to understand. I want all the Black America to understand. Everybody who rocks with me, everybody who listens to Tim Black and respects me, even if, a little bit, you don't get to be Stephen A. Smith fighting for us. Talent's got nothing to do with it. They'll have a lesser person like Stephen A. A windbag, total windbag, devoid of facts, skims through comment sections of intelligent people, jots down talking points, and goes on different people's podcasts and regurgitates other people's thoughts. Or calls up Chris Cuomo for tips, who probably does the same thing. I don't know what Chris does. I don't know. You don't get to be Stephen A. Smith fighting for us. So don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe like he's doing something. But he does with Stephen A. That's all I'm saying, Stephen A. And look, it's not just you, bro. It's a whole group of y'all. But in order for Black America, the only reason why I'm saying something, Stephen A., it's not to ruin your day. It's not to demolish you. It is just, Stephen A., the only way Black America, I feel, will get ahead is if we start recognizing our media needs to change. Our media needs to change. We need to stop having people selling us out, being the people that are in the forefront. People need to become educated, and that ain't going to happen if we keep allowing people like you, bruh. People like you. So just skip past my videos. Do like you normally do. Go to somebody kissing your butt. Somebody who wants to do what you're doing. Play the game like you. Where Black people are the punchline. Stop smoking the weed. Go back to doing that. That's all. All right. I'm not even going to let him finish. He ain't got nothing else to say. He promoting his show.
We have some exclusive breaking news. We just received actual screenshots from inside Tyler Robinson's Discord chats. These screenshots instantly blow up one of MAGA's core narratives, and I want to walk you through that throughout this video. Now, these were provided by journalist Ken Klippenstein, who I believe reached out to the close friends of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who killed Charlie Kirk, and the close friends provided screenshots of the chat logs. Just to zoom out, we learned not long ago that the state of Utah is officially pursuing the death penalty for Tyler Robinson. They just released the charges, which include aggravated murder, which include felony discharge of a firearm, which include obstruction of justice, a second obstruction of justice, also tampering with a witness, violent offense. They are officially going for the death penalty. And according to the screenshots, Tyler Robinson seems to have admitted to it in his Discord chats. These exclusive leaks from his Discord. His friend says, Charlie Kirk got shot. His friend says, dead. His friend says, I just saw the video. Holy shit. RIP. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. Zealous Monkey, which is just the default username of an account that was deleted. It says, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thank you all for the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. Now, this has been corroborated by his friends, sent in by his friends. A lot of people in my last video kept commenting, no 22-year-old types like that. Nobody types like that. But I disagree. I think these chats are real. These are authenticated. And I do think these are coming from Tyler Robinson. These same chats are cited in the court documents, and we will read those in just one moment. But back to these logs. Journalist Ken Klippenstein, who I will link in the description below, makes a pretty good point. He says, Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing. Liberals portray him as right-wing. Everybody immediately tried to push their narrative, but the federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist, violent extremist, meaning he was somebody who just wanted to be extremist, accelerate the destruction of the country due to his nihilistic beliefs. Quote, "It's been so terrible. Seeing it from the inside is so frustrating." A friend of Robinson since middle school told the journalist. The childhood friend, who asked not to be named, provided with a non-public photo of Robinson on camping trips. Quote, "I think the main thing that's causing so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part. The big thing is he never really talked politics." So all of those photos of him from 7 to 8 years ago, implying that that is why he was radicalized, those 7 to 8-year-old photos are from when he was 15 years old or 16 years old. He was apolitical at that time. It seems like over the past few years, he seems to have gotten more extreme. The picture emerging bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, although quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. You see that he did like Helldivers 2, a video game. His friends were then asked to search the keywords of Biden and Trump in their Discord. When they searched it, one from 2019 popped up that said, "An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of." In 2020, someone asked, "Who's winning the election?" You would know. Zealous Monkey says, "Biden is in the lead, electoral votes-wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the East Coast. West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million. Someone said, "Who's probably going to win?" I'm not sure. When will we know? Not until pretty late. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Quote, "Even the goodbye message he sent in one of our Discord servers was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other saying, check the news." Quote, "Yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation. He's a super smart guy and hard to read," his friends say. And here's a message. "Hey, everyone, if you have not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk." This is one of Tyler's friends. "Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times." Now, it's really interesting because at the bottom, Ken Klippenstein says, "The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media see the country in wholly partisan terms." A lot of people wanted to say he was far right. A lot of people wanted to say, oh, he's far left. It's red versus blue. It's old versus new. It's got to be a conservative or a liberal, or it's a gay person, or it's a straight person, on and on. But Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah should remind us of the actual diversity in our nation. No one in Robinson's friend group or in the private messages cheered or justified the murder. They're struggling to understand what their friend did, just like the rest of the nation. Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization, while in reality, it's a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers, just like the rest of the country. This brings me on to the other text messages that were released in the court document. I just want to preface, these were given by the roommates. Tyler Robinson's roommate fully cooperated, said they fully cooperated, and turned over these text messages. A lot of people say that they're skeptical because, quote, no 22-year-old would ever text like this. I'm 22 years old, and I'm going to tell you right now, these text messages seem authentic. They seem legit. They have been verified by Tyler Robinson's roommates. They've been verified by Tyler Robinson's friends. These text messages are real, and this is them put in a court document. A lot of people think that Kash Patel ChatGPT'd this, or that this is all fake. This happened. On September 10th, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing, look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. I'm telling you, the roommate turned this in. The roommate turned this in. People were on my back in the last video saying, "Adam, why are you sharing this fake information?" This is the real court document. Robinson says, quote, "I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret until I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. The roommate says, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I am. I'm sorry. Roommate, I thought they caught the person. Robinson, no. They grabbed some crazy old dude that interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? The roommate said, yeah. Robinson said, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Honestly, I find it to be quite tragic. This is all quite disturbing. This is a...
Well. What can you say? You know what I mean? He said so she just can't be negotiated. Crazy. It just kind of gives you all kinds of questions, right? We're still on the same topic, but we're gonna go to the screen right here because I found some good stuff to skim through. So, and now I feel about the burning spear and my guy. He's so adorable. I hear what he's talking about. It's let's see how far we get through it. We're not gonna get through it all the way, so I'm gonna skim it.
And so I just want to acknowledge Comrade Jesse Todd, who as an older person here, I became a lifetime member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. Even when leaders of the government were looking at us strangely and threateningly. And so I wanted to make that acknowledgement. And also, I had desired to be on that march and at the rally on yesterday. But I did not do that because people who are associated with the security process in our movement stated that they thought it would be a problem for me.
You only hope to get that.
This was especially true after the September 11th assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah. And the thing that made that significant is the fact that it was something that highlighted the fact that political violence is something that is increasingly acceptable in this country. That more and more you see people who are willing to engage in political violence, and that it is not only that it's generally acceptable, but it's something that the leaders of this country also promote and give a vindication for it. So that's the thing that made it significant. And I'm not quite sure if I'll not come to another event based on that. But immediately after that, that was an issue. I wanted to say that that something is happening here that we need to understand, even the ruling class. I was looking at just yesterday from Foreign Affairs, which is a journal of the ruling class in this country. Was something that even Lenin has written for it, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly he has read it. And W.E. Du Bois has written for it. It's a ruling class journal. It's a medium by which the thinking representative of the colonial powers in the world share their ideas and promote the way forward for the social system itself. It's faced with the dilemma, even foreign affairs, just as the whole social system is faced with the dilemma. But in an article from 2024, it talked about how violence is becoming
Technical difficulties. Look at that poor thing. Look how handsome.
The Foreign Affairs Journal,
that good at.
as I mentioned, is a journal of thinking representatives of the ruling class. There are people in this room and in this meeting, I'm sure, who are familiar with Machiavelli. Machiavelli, of course, was someone who wrote the thing called The Prince. And he was one of people of that era who wrote and tried to influence the leaders. I think it was the Medici. Was it Medici? Yes. And tried to influence them. And he wrote this thing called The Prince. Well, there are people who are engaged in this kind of work right now. People who we know of like Brzezinski, people who we know of like Kissinger, and others. They write to provide leadership. These are thinking representatives of the ruling class that we're talking about. That's their job, to think and to provide ideas and suggestions about how the social system can carry out its mission for continuing domination of the world. And this was something that was initiated primarily by the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers were central to this foreign affairs and to the creation of this entity that was called the Trilateral Commission or the Trilateral Committee. It's either committee or commission. And the Trilateral, Europe, America, and Japan, I think, constituted the Trilateral, the relationships. These are the colonial powers. And so I wanted to say that this article deals with the growing acceptance of violence, political violence here inside this country. And I just want to share just a couple of excerpts. They're not that long. The writer is somebody who is also engaged in doing work, polling and stuff like that to build his political conclusions and strategy around it. He says that according to new research carried out by my team at the University of Chicago, tens of millions of Democrats, Republicans, and independents believe that political violence is acceptable. So it's just general unity with political violence. Many of them hail from the middle and upper class with nice homes and college education. The country's fight over its national identity, this is what he ascribes much of this being about, the fight over the national identity of the country. The country's fight over its national identity has multiple dimensions, but the most serious is demographic change. In 1990, 76% of the US population identified as white. In 2023, the US Census Bureau put that figure at a little over 58%. A decade later, by 2035, the share is set to fall to 54%. A decade later, it will dip below 50%. These changes have led to rising anger among conservatives, many of whom see increased ethnic so-called diversity as an existential threat to their way of life. So here you got, you will not, what does it say? This whole notion of disappear us or replace us kind of thing. This whole thing of replacement theory. Actually, I was going to make a horrible joke, and my wife really doesn't like for me to make jokes like this. These voters have embraced Trump and his nationalist movement, which promised to stop such change in its tracks. Trump's exclusionary policies and rhetoric have in turn prompted a ferocious backlash from liberals. I haven't seen that yet, but who embrace demographic change, who at least fear that conservative success will cost Americans hard-won freedoms. So this whole notion of disappearance is a real critical thing. I remember having Huey P. Newton many years ago at an event that we did, maybe 85. He was killed in 89, wasn't he? So we had him at the Hoover House before he was killed. And he was talking about, he was talking about how the white people in general, and he said he may have got this from a discussion with his older brother, was having a problem because of disappearing. And as you know, in 2019 or 2020, at this meeting where was this in Germany? They meet annually. Say it again. Say it again. Munich conference, where the big wigs, you don't get invitations to this. But prime ministers, presidents, really serious people, Zuckerberg was there, all kinds of people. And they raised the question at this meeting then, and I reported on in a meeting perhaps similar to this. They talked about approaching Westlessness, the disappearance of the West. So this thing that they like to attribute to right-wing crazies about the replacement theory, they're talking about this in Munich among the most significant forces who are determining the future of the world. That's what they come there on a regular basis to do. Westlessness. And when they say westlessness, they include Australia, the Netherlands, Canada, they include, it's whitelessness is what they're really talking about. And I just think that's really important that this has been a central issue that they've been dealing with for a long time. And even if it's not addressed as we are addressing it now, it's been there. It's been part of the reason that people have bombed abortion clinics, killed abortion doctors, threatened and to put women back in chains so that you can keep making white babies. Because a fundamental contradiction, an aspect of this contradiction, is that white women are not having enough babies to even keep the white population at the level that it's at right now. That's not just in the United States, that's throughout Europe. So you see a decline in the white population. And it seems like, I'm about to tell another joke. My wife is shaking her head because she knows that it's not going to be a good joke. So just another brief quote, excerpt from this. This is from Foreign Affairs, and people should look at it. I sort of keep up with stuff that's happening in it because they try to make predictions on how the world is moving. The last thing that I have, they talked about how the committee to run the world. This is what they got. On the lead article is the committee to run the world. And on this committee to run the world, they have pictures of Trump sort of on top. And then they have Putin on one side and Xi from China on the other side. So this is the committee to run the world. This is how they're considering things. They see the world as something that's going to be governed, led by these forces. The people have no role in it. They don't even mention Africa. They don't even consider Africa as a factor in this at all. So this is how they think. This is how they see the world. And of course, this is the Achilles heel, if you can accept that characterization. So the anger on both sides is in keeping with historical precedents. Scholars have long understood that social Scholars have long understood that social change and demographic shifts are potent catalysts for violence. And as elsewhere, see, even that's a mischaracterization of the contradiction. By whom? Important catalyst for, they don't say that Black people are going to rise up because the population shift that's happening in this country. Look out for the Mexicans and what have you because of the population shift. No. What they're talking about is white people, colonizers, having a problem. So they said, and as elsewhere, the turn toward force in the United States is fundamentally populist in nature. The millions of Americans who support political violence have concluded that their country's elites are so thoroughly corrupt and that their democracy is so completely broken that riots, political assassinations, and coercive attacks are acceptable and even necessary to bring about the supposedly genuine democracy that people deserve. This kind of thinking is endemic to all kinds of populist movements in which people angrily latch onto a political leader, party, or movement to overcome the so-called establishment. I think it's really important because it is true. There's an aspect of truth contained in what they are defining here. Because usually it is not unusual for African people to conclude the system does not serve us. That's from the very beginning. That's what Nat Turner was about. That's what getting away from slavery was all about. This stuff is not for us. And so breaking from that has been part. That's what we're looking at when we saw the pictures of Haiti and the history there. This doesn't serve us. So you see Africans in Haiti breaking free from that, but you see French, who are the colonizers, demanding to be paid for Africans trying to break free. So this is something that oppressed people in these societies have concluded a long time ago, which is a statement about the significance of the movement of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey started his organization in 1914. And how many years after the legal end of slavery was that? That means, come on, calculator. The 1865 is when slavery was officially over. So by 1914, you have Garvey out of Jamaica. And then he comes to this country, I think, in earlier than that. But he comes to this country, builds this extraordinary movement of millions of African people from around the world who are saying this system does not serve us. And so they are declaring Africa for Africans at home and abroad. Africans for Africans everywhere on the planet Earth. Africa is our solution. And he began to build institutions that would negate the capacity of the colonizers where we were located to control us. That's why we had steamship lines, had factories, we had our own dolls and recording studios, all kinds of things. This is a negation of colonial power. And this is why they framed up Garvey, and who had got a steamship line and said that he broke the law because somehow he used the mail to defraud the public because he sold stock to African people for this steamship line. So there's this history, a tradition of African people doing that. There is some history and tradition of white people trying to break free from the system too at different times. Civil War was one example of that. And there are other instances when that happened. But in recent history, it has not been so prevalent, even though you've got gangs of thugs running around in military fatigues and stuff like that and training. You saw them when Obama was running for office, sometimes coming to campaign rallies carrying weapons and things like that. You saw all of that. So there is something that was happening among white people too. But they have been without a general leadership up until now. That is recently. Now we see Trump, who provides the general leadership. The president of the United States is providing general leadership for white thugs and mobsters and white people who feel like they're being threatened. And there is no solution to this because we're going to keep making babies. You can't put enough prisons, and that's part of what the prison population is about. It's a form of birth control that's imposed on the African population to keep us from making babies. So they don't have a solution for this. That's what kicking all the immigrants is all about, because they are settlers. This country is a settler colony. And for settlers, you've taken somebody's land, you occupy their land and territory, then you don't want anybody else to come here. I remember in New Zealand where they would not allow anybody to come into New Zealand who was not white. And they were trying to recruit white people, come to New Zealand. They are settlers. And because they are settlers, then anybody coming into the country is a problem. And the whole system that people identify as capitalist system is founded on settlers, settler colonialism, United States being a primary and perhaps an originator of settler colonialism. And then tell me a place where so-called capitalism is successful that did not have as its basis settler colonialism. Settler colonialism, stealing people's land, stealing people's resources, and not just stealing the land, but occupying the territory and taking the goods and resources that are there. That's what we're looking at. And they don't have a solution for that. What is the solution for that? What are they going to do at the next Munich conference that's resolved that contradiction? And the fact is that there is no solution. And this is not something that concerns so-called conservatives. Liberals too are frightened about the idea of growing up. That's why your property values go down when Africans move into a liberal white community or what used to be a liberal white community. That's why all of that stuff happens, because liberals too, settlers, have a problem with growing numbers of people. And the thing is that people have been confused is because historically in the past, when people talked about colonialism, they talk about England coming to the United States. They talk about France going to Haiti and things like that. And initially the objective was to come here and to get resources and send back to England, what they call the mother country, or send back to France, which was the mother country, or send back to Belgium, which was the mother country. I call them a mother something else, but that's another story. But the fact is they stayed. And so you have this colonialism that's changed its character, its nature even. So now you've got colonizers who now define themselves globally as white. The whole concept of whiteness, white people, Europe has its origin in slavery and colonialism. Was no such thing as white people as a people until colonialism and slavery. Was no such
So if I'm scoring from home, you got Candace Owens pushing out Charlie Kirk being pressed by those on the right for evolving feelings that he had, calling the outpouring of love fake and performative. And then you have Breitbart talking about how the perfect thing happened at the perfect moment to galvanize the right-wing MAGA movement.
I'm sorry, Felly. I had a mute.
Yikes.
It is.
Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is Street Politics. Now, just in the past week, we talked about the schism that exploded on the right wing after Officer Tatum just had to find a forum to tell us about his experiences in Israel.
We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors.
And obviously, the timeline and the news cycle of the last week has been dominated by all things Charlie Kirk. Little did I know that those two worlds would collide.
In the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made. That is what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you, and he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her political life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I got to tell you that. It felt like a threat, like not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie.
Now, what Candace Owens, who has frequently been critical of Israel and Bibi Netanyahu, she's really staked that ground out for herself on the right. But what she is describing is Charlie Kirk being pressed by Zionists on the right wing, alongside the actual Israeli government. She mentions Netanyahu about his stances on Israel.
Practice, but it goes to the point where if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's
it's
not
so
right.
Wrong-headed. I'll tell you this for me. So I got some blowback after.
And I, at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way. Okay.
Right.
Like tell me I'm wrong. On some part of the population, you can scold them into silence. Right. But if I have any deviation of a purity test, any deviation whatsoever, such as hosting a focus group, right, Megan, with a bunch of our students that went viral, having Dave Smith or Tucker at my event, it is all of a sudden, oh, Charlie is he's no longer with us and all that. I said, wait a second, what do you mean? What does with us mean exactly? Right? I'm an American, okay? Like I represent this country, and I don't even understand that paradigm. But Megan, I think you would agree with this. I want to make sure we really zero in on this. Personality types like you, myself, and Tucker, the more that you guys privately and publicly call our character into question, which is not isolated, right? Megan, it would be one thing if it was one text or two texts. It is dozens of texts.
Yes.
Then we start to say, hold the boat here. And to be fair, some of my really good Jewish friends are like, that's not all of us, it's all, but these are leaders too, though, right? These are stakeholders, right? And so, look, I'm afraid because, again, I want civilization to win. I want the West to win. I don't want the Islamo-fascist barbarians to storm the gates of Jerusalem. I want the holy sites protected.
And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Maybe would fund it, spend tons of money. And Turning Point, I guess, if it needed to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, and what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel for, I would describe this as re-education camp. We've seen it. You made an but we can help you. We just need you to come out to Auschwitz and take a picture. Yeah. We just need you to come to the Holocaust Museum and take a photo. We just need you to go to Israel and we can make this better. Charlie said no to Bibi. Okay. Bill Ackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened, because our sources and what we have, it's solid.
Now, I obviously have no idea whether this offer was made, but I can say that that is an account that is confirmed by Candace Owens' chief opposition at this particular moment in time. I made a ton of videos about them going at it. Nick Fuentes.
They say that Charlie Kirk was offered an infusion of $150 million by Israel. Okay? That would double Israel's budget, or Turning Point USA's budget. Turning Point USA has an annual budget of $140 million. Netanyahu offered Turning Point $150 million. For one purpose and one purpose only: to shill for Israel harder. Turning Point USA is already pro-Israel. They're not anti-Israel. They've never been anti-Israel. Charlie Kirk has, in the past, criticized Bibi Netanyahu. He has criticized secular left-wing Jewry in America. He has criticized a war with Iran, the famine in Gaza. He has never opposed Israel in itself. He has never explicitly opposed Israel. Israel offered him $150 million to be more pro-Israel than they already were, to be harder in their support for Israel, and in particular, to support regime change in Iran and to support their ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza. And Charlie Kirk refused the money. And I have independently confirmed that, by the way. I've heard that from 4 people. 4 people that I trust that are in the know. So this is coming from Candace Owens, a friend of Charlie Kirk. This is coming from Max Blumenthal, who purports to have a source. And I have heard from a handful of people independently of those sources that this offer was real and that Kirk turned down the money. After Charlie Kirk turned down the money, Netanyahu asked if he would come visit Jerusalem and give him the re-education tour. The Holocaust Museum, the burned babies, the beheaded babies, the one that Elon Musk took, the one that our Speaker of the House took. Anyone that's ever criticized Israel has been subjected to. He refused that as well. They offered to bribe him. They tried to re-educate him. He refused both offers.
There were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time, and they are solid. So I decided another person that was there, and I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon, I was going to go out to Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night about this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who is normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain. And I want to be clear, I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages. But my friend was shot in the neck. And I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay? This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweets because, he tweeted, "I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man." I said, "Any comment on this one, Seth?" He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, "Need a comment ASAP, please." He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, "Trying again here, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused." Text messages immediately following this meeting are circulating. I find Ackman's statement, as though the meeting was somehow cordial, to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, that this tweet significantly betrays the defined purpose and mood of his, and I presume your, final meeting with Charlie Kirk? ? He was unable to speak to me, but he did place some frantic calls to Turning Point USA. Yeah. You see, I went out to Seth, but I also went out to two other people who were at this meeting, and nobody is willing to go on record. They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response to say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So I will again put it out there, Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, who were at the Hamptons when Charlie was put under pressure, when Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel, again, in a move that when it happened to me, and it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat. I am inviting you guys, I will give you my platform, actually, to come clear matters up, to tell us what really happened. Because, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary.
Now, she next turned her attention to Turning Point USA. You guys may remember that wild exchange that Charlie Kirk had with Tucker Carlson.
And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that.
Well, she's going in on that too.
I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, because I was in communication with Charlie at this time, because I knew exactly which donors were pressuring him and why, exactly which people, that they were insisting Charlie allowed to speak at his event and why, when Charlie did not necessarily want those people to speak at his events. Okay. I'm calling upon Turning Point to release the footage of what Charlie said to Tucker Carlson before he hit the stage, before, all of that craziness and the response to Tucker Carlson's remarks played out. Charlie was mic'd. Surely Tucker Carlson was mic'd. I know Charlie's mic'd the entire time at those events. So I'm asking for everyone to just release Charlie in his own words. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? Let's stop saying how Charlie felt. And instead, if you're going to hold up the letter, release it in its entirety. Okay. Why don't you release your messages, Bill? I'll release mine. Let's all just be very forthcoming about what took place. In fact, I'm calling upon Tucker Carlson to speak about that. I know what Charlie said to him, and I'm sure Tucker Carlson won't lie about it. What did Charlie say to you? Dave Smith, what did Charlie say to you? What was Charlie? Did he seem like he was treading in a direction? Like, do we feel like what BB is saying is honest, a representation of what Charlie was going through? This is what I want. I think that the thing that we need here, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now, does all of this mean that Bibi Netanyahu and that this somehow proves that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? No, we have no evidence of that. We can't say that because there is no evidence of that. But I don't like little lies. That's what I will say. Something that I always say in my household is when there is one lie, there's 20. There's no reason to lie. Bibi could have gone on Fox News and he could have told the truth. He could have said truthfully that Charlie Kirk has always loved Israel. He has always loved Israel as the Holy Land. He's been here many times. And throughout his career, he has been a faithful supporter of Israel. That's not what he said. Okay. He talks about the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context. And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Lies by severe omission are lies. You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed.
And she spared absolutely nobody. Even BB could get it.
But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag, a bit of AI used. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. We're definitely not yet at the bottom of what in fact took place. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And there will be no narrative that I will not prod when it comes to figuring out why people are lying. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair. Okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged.
She even went so far as to post the meme for I Know What You Did last summer, photoshopped with the principals involved. Now, underscoring all of this in her mind is the idea that Charlie Kirk was in fact changing his tune, and that was going to be a problem.
The end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it, I know it. He was going through a lot and there was a lot of pressure. It's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him say the things that they're saying. There's something about it that just feels really fake. Feels really fake to me. They would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. And then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me.
Now, let's take these things one at a time. She's talking about the outpouring being fake. Now, one thing that we have seen in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, a pre-written, very aggressively delivered speech strategically targeted at the left from the president. We saw that very coordinated. And within 48 hours, when asked how he's holding up, he wanted to change the subject to the White House ballroom. So you tell me I mean, you tell me. You tell me. We've seen a prosecution of speech, which seems to be a blatant violation of the reasonings we're given for why we're upset about Charlie Kirk, and also things that he stood for, but also extremely helpful to the administration now, isn't it? Imagine that. Imagine that. And if you recall, it wasn't that long ago that I was talking about Trump's poll numbers and an attempt and a resurgence that was seen amongst Latinos in Trump's poll numbers. And I said, leave it to Breitbart to go too far and to lay the entire thing out when they talked about Black poll numbers and him being overwhelmingly popular with Black people, which we know is factually absurd. Well, here's what they had to say about this moment. Charlie Kirk assassination flipped a remarkable switch in the MAGA movement. What the left's public execution, because of course we know that already. This is days ago, by the way. So yeah, that's what Breitbart's putting out. They getting all the way Elon Musk with it. When the left's public execution of Charlie Kirk has done to mobilize the MAGA movement is something I never expected to see. For more than 20 years, I've been a part of the conservative movement, never a mover or shaker, but a cog happy to be overpaid to do my part, and an observer, always an observer. Last week, after the terrible news arrived that Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk had been assassinated, I observed something remarkable. It was so remarkable, it's difficult to find the words, but I'll try. It was as if some years ago, someone downloaded a computer program directly into the fractured and fragile right of center movement, a movement that has always been balkanized and squabbling over territory. This computer program sat there a long time waiting for a specific thing to happen. And when it did happen, a switch within each of us was flipped and a miracle occurred. We didn't require a leader. There were no talking points issued. It just happened all at once. Okay, so if I'm scoring from home, you got Candace Owens pushing out Charlie Kirk being pressed by those on the right for evolving feelings that he had, calling the outpouring of love fake and performative. And then you have Breitbart talking about how the perfect thing happened at the perfect moment to galvanize the right-wing MAGA movement. Yikes. And she isn't backing down.
It's like Black people just stay out of it. Who cares at this point? They're gonna just eat each other. You know what I mean? Let's get to the good shit. All right, we're gonna watch this documentary, fellas. Family, let me give you a little insight. Make sure I pulled it up first, because that would be crazy. Okay. Hold on, family. Get this all out of here real quick. All right. So I think it was last week, maybe the week before. Jesse was on some other channel. We let the brother come up and talk Frontline Black News. We introduced his channel, some sort of, it was like a debate type ish channel. And that's that. I was over there lurking on the internet looking for Jesse. I see his live, so when you're on StreamYard, you could stream from somebody else's platform onto yours. So I was on his platform. And they were having a debate about DNA or I don't know, who knows what. And Jesse was on there. I'm trying to, oh my God, my heart hurts. Trying to have a dialogue with these fellas. And then I got on there because they were talking about, ambiguousness and whatnot. Some words that triggered me. and I got on there. But keep in mind, family, I gotta say this. I'm doing this on the phone, and for some reason, when I'm holding my phone, it makes it seem like I'm dancing and I'm all over the place. I don't know, it's a setting or something, but never really putting too much notice on it because I only use it when I'm talking to Sister B or Ray or something. And so I rarely really get on the phone to do. That's why I'm like, you don't see me all the time in the chats and stuff because I don't have a computer, my internet together to do that. And being on the chats on the phone is weird, but to jump on a platform through the phone, I didn't realize it was doing it, so it looked like I was just like this, just dancing and shaking. It's weird. And I don't know. Sometimes I film well, sometimes I don't. But that day I wasn't really paying attention because I couldn't really see my really well. So I was up there trying to have a dialogue. Dude was being disrespectful, I guess, to me in his own way. He was just basically giving his opinion. I tried to stay, when I go to those things, when I go to those things, I try to stay in the best representation for the new black media and FBA. So when we're talking about so a lot of things will be in jest, right? Our reparations package, we're talking about the stipulations of 10 years of this, direct lineage to direct lines, or you can trace your history back to chattel slavery in America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these things, right? Plus, the new black media has its own little criteria too, like no dual alliances, like for example, mixed and multiracial people. I can't say it. I kicked it out of my lexicon. So mixed and multiracial people are kind of like, you kind of got to go looking at their history and looking into them further, asking questions, things like that. And I pretty much stipulate the factors of what I go through, what I look at as far as how the system of racism, white supremacy see me, how they treat me. So I kind of go off of that, and the fact that there's little things about me, that I feel like great points, and then there's some things that maybe I can't really change. Like I can't change my fair mulatto-ness. I can't change certain things. So definitely on code. Definitely with the collective. There's no veering from that. So I try to stick with what we've learned as far as through the code, what the code is, through various new black media veterans and educated individuals who have been guiding us on this slow cook. Basically just staying with the collective and staying on code. So I go with those intentions. I don't go to embarrass myself, and I sure as fuck don't go to make the new black media look bad or any of that shit, because that's not even gonna fly with me on any kind of note. If you know me personally, you know that's not gonna fly. But even on this, but even here on the internet, it's not gonna fly. And that's just because I have to work harder. I have to work harder just on the simple fact of colorism and the fact that my vessel is French, whatever. And I'm always learning all this stuff. Technically, you're dealing with like an orphan, a victim of racism and white supremacy. And I stand on that. I stand with the collective. So when I go to do things like this, I don't go to embarrass us. I don't go to shame us. I don't go to make us look bad in any way. I definitely don't go to kiss ass. And I don't go to to have debates and arguments. I think I went up there with the thought of I was just going to introduce myself like a normal individual and bring up this particular thing, right? And have a nice dialogue. I wasn't planning on debating because these debate leagues, they want you to go with sources and like what do you call it? What did I say? I would say pull together things like I'm the word is escaping me. Like have your shit together basically. What you're gonna argue, the points you're gonna argue. And I'm not familiar with how to do to create that on the internet, first of all. A lot of this information now, some of the things that are coming out, even with native Black Americans, freedmen, Aboriginal freedmen, all this stuff is a lot of information is coming, and a lot of things I'm very suspicious of, and this is one of those things. Try to explain certain things, but when you have when you have some a men or some men that are just about talking shit because of the way I look, or whatever, and not really thoroughly. I guess if you don't let somebody explain their position all the way, it's easy to jump down their throat and just any other word is bad, or any other word is something that you want to poke at or pin. You know what I mean? So it kind of looks like that. I was starting to get very frustrated. I don't give, like, if I figure it out, and like I said, I guess since the tether, I'm fucking a mile away. But if you say you're this, I don't give a fuck what you said after that. They'll find second thoughts for you to regroup on a lie. You know what I mean? You're this, you're that, and I'm gonna say it because that's what we're supposed to. We're conditioned on doing to eliminate some of this vitriol and this anger, this angst, this stupid shit. You know what I mean? That's going on. And I intentionally just got on just to have this dialogue about this DNA and about how they explain ambiguous, how they explain mulattoes. That's what I want to talk about. That's really what I wanted to talk about. Nothing argumentative, nothing dysfunctional. However, that did not go down. It went from me introducing myself to giving a few little accolades about myself and what I'm standing with or standing with on, et cetera, to the way I look, and then attack on my vessel, and then things kept getting worse, and I try not to let that. I've been working on not letting certain things get under my skin to bring me out of our race and out of our mindset, to stay focused on the task at hand. You know what I mean? And the task at hand should be each one teach one, siphon out the coons, mammies, tethers, anchor babies, et cetera, the people taking advantage of Black plight, capitalizing, working on the crime bill, doing things like bettering the condition of the reparations claim. You know what I mean? Education for myself. If I wanted to run for office, in the case of having somebody strong enough to say no and hold the line. You dig? So that's where I went with that. It just got out of hand, and I got mad. I didn't get mad. I was just like, look here. Obviously, and I was going to say something really derogatory, and I chose not to, and I chose to excuse myself. And then go over to MB's platform, which, is always a welcoming spot for me. Some places are just not the dog friendly. And that's okay. Some places are, some places aren't. Some people are, some people aren't. Who gives a fuck at the end of the day? I know that I was starting to feel some kind of way because when you deal with that type of level of colorism, that's like an all the time thing. And then when you recodify, you re-educate, you start getting into some serious, you pick a line and you stay on that side. Where at war, you stay on the side of the war that you're with, you know what I mean? Then people want to remember you when you weren't so prejudiced. You know what I mean? Or you weren't deciding that Black nationalism is just where your heart feels right. Or that you weren't, you know what I mean? Because they remember it a different way. And I need to say, Valley, the more education, the more you read, the more you listen, the more you look back at certain things, you evolve. You know what I mean? I'm not going to still be the same person that did all these other degenerative things. Eventually, I'm going to want to grow up. And eventually, I'm going to want to do more. And if I feel strongly about something, it is in my fucking right, being from the soil, to pursue that in the greater good that it doesn't harm my fucking people. And in fact, it enhances my people. Meaning us, family. Foundational Black American freedmen, Native Black American freedmen, the Aboriginals here that are Black, and just, you know, pushing my little way through to help get things accomplished. Okay. Is there strong voices here in the city? Yes, we have a major veteran here. Major serious lady here that gives us the best war room fucking strategic fucking dialogue. That's Sister Vicky Diller. You know what I mean? And claps and gavel raps. You know what I mean? If she was running for office, I'd put everything behind her. Until then, though, I'm gonna pick up the ballot. I'm gonna pick up the fucking hammer, and I'm gonna rock with it until we find someone like her, someone just as strong as myself, verbally, that isn't going to allow them to strip everything that is necessary coming up. So, and I don't believe she would. I don't believe she would allow any of that. But I also seen how Black-looking people disrespect her and disrespected her here in the city, and she's trying to make very, very serious valid points. And I feel like that happens all the time to me as well, even to Jesse. So, part of this next 2 years of learning things is to kind of rid yourself of a little fear. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of fear there. So, and I think it's just with the way the political climate is, that the political climate hasn't really changed. You're just seeing it for what it is now. So it hasn't never changed. You're just seeing it with no superficial blinders on. So that was a little argument, but this was kind of good for us to look at, because it really does talk about them DNA things. I myself do not trust it. A long time ago, I had a real geneticist look at it, so I knew what I knew. Everybody swears by it. They swear by these little kids. People in my own family, like my brother's father said so. I had the children I gave life to look into things like that. None of it makes sense to me, for me, and my genetic makeup if I look at their shit. You see what I'm saying? My shit red is different. Even medically, my shit is different. If you look at your medical chart, your blood draws and things like that, there are certain numbers that only register for so I'm going to use the term they use, African Americans, right? And I follow in between 1 to 2 numbers of that, whereas they don't. It's weird, right? And you're gonna watch this. Just watch this clip because you hear me saying it all the time that there's no benefit unless your benefit is to get these little leaf pop-ups. They're fucking expensive as hell, and they're not really as helpful. Like I've gotten further along with the one side I was looking at with my paternal side, paternal side, than I would have gotten anywhere else, right? Even saw a couple pictures. Now looking at the maternal side, and there's not a lot of information there. So I gotta keep digging. I don't want to pay that fucking $65 fucking dollars, even though they said just go ahead and do it. I don't fucking want to. My DNA is all over everywhere. Why I don't want to pay for it, and not for the incentive of potentials or whatever. You know what I mean? None of it. I have to have somebody explain to me how a family tree works because I grew up under the lines of not knowing what a family tree looked like. I know that I have a half brother. We had a mother and a father. Well, he has a father. Both his parents are living, and I have no. You see what I'm saying? And then it was dead after that. You know what I mean? Maybe for me, all the way dead. Him, not so much. He did. So my half brother has more blood family than, and as he should. I do not. So it kind of just was like, they stopped. And then not knowing, you know what I mean? It's all like, I don't know. The last million. So I have my own reasons for what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? None of that should deter anybody else from getting what is actually owed or whatever. I'm on a mission for something. I'm on a mission looking into certain things. You know what I mean? That was stolen from me. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm on my own little mission. And when in this particular dialogue, motherfuckers were like, you need to talk to that side of the lineage. And my answer was, how can I talk to somebody that first of all, I didn't give a fuck about me in the first place. It's racist and don't want to acknowledge shit. So never. And all that side has done is nothing but oppress me and destroy everything that fucking, took everything from me. Not once, but several times. So no. There was something planned for me and it never got to fruition. And now I'm just kind of on a mission looking, just want to look. Am I interested? It's just a lot of reading, man. It's like whatever. But I just feel like there's, once I write down, I won't remember who belongs where or what. And the one side has a lot of people. So we'll see. You know what I mean? Either way, doesn't stop what's happening now. And there's no going back. There's no changing. So we picked the side, we picked the line, we're on the line. And the job is fucking dangerous when I took it. So that's all that. Let's get to it though. I think you'll find it quite interesting. This came out a couple days ago. But on the RVA, a couple days ago. I've been talking about this for a minute, so I got my things. The last video. How are you sharing that? Hold on. looking at it. Give me a second.
Italian. 16% Italian? What?
75% Italian. Okay. I was gonna throw it up numbers like 16% this and that. I have a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, right? But I did it because the motherfucker's talking shit to Jesse, so I had to get it with that. Did I think it was a lot? No, of course not. I don't give a fuck. I don't take them seriously like that. That doesn't make no difference. I'm here. I was born on the soil, so it doesn't make a motherfucking difference what they say. I know better. Trust me. You know. Okay, here we go. Hopefully it's sharing.
Don't forget to activate your kit online. You'll need to in order to receive your results.
Open the test kit and remove the cotton swab. Rub it on the inside of your cheek for 30 to 60 seconds. Close the vial tightly and place it in the bag. Send your envelope to the address provided.
All it takes is a little saliva, and DNA testing companies can tell us all sorts of things about ourselves. It sounds exciting, especially when we see online influencers doing it.
We're doing it.
Oh my God, I want to know.
Is my dad really my dad?
16% Italian? What?
75% Italian! What the f***?
Where do you come from? Whose features do you have? What will your health be like in the future? To answer these questions, some people are turning to personal genetic tests. Anyone can buy them online. And DNA testing is scientifically valid after all.
You might be amazed by how much we can tell you from just your DNA.
But genetic testing in a scientific or medical context is one thing. Are the tests being sold online anywhere near as accurate?
The more precise you want to be, the less it works.
Would I use direct-to-consumer testing that I would get through the internet? No, I wouldn't use it.
The science isn't there, but the market is.
Who's profiting from the business of personal genetic testing?
A company is using these tests to collect DNA. The fact is, they're building a database. These companies can then operate in a more or less unregulated environment.
Entrusting our genetic data to a company we know little about is no small matter.
DNA is a biometric, a biological variable. It can be used to categorize people, to select and sort them, to discriminate.
A lot of it's about the genes, isn't it? Don't you believe? You have good genes in Minnesota.
We should be worried. We should definitely be worried.
Wow. Wow. I'm not actually English at all. I'm Irish.
English. That's exactly what I thought I was. It's an enticing prospect, a tool that can help us find our roots, our ancestors, and maybe even relatives we never knew we had. It might tell us something surprising, and best of all, it's affordable.
Happy anniversary.
The internet is awash with advertisements telling us that a simple mouth swab can open up completely new horizons. Personal genetic testing is a biotech innovation that has taken the world by storm. Almost 50 million people around the globe have already tried it, drawn in by the promises of mass-market genetics companies. The tests themselves are made possible by one of the key scientific discoveries of modern times: deoxyribonucleic acid, better known as DNA.
DNA is a macromolecule, a large molecule found in almost all living cells. It stores encrypted genetic information, characteristics that are passed down through generations. Things like the fact that we have 2 arms and 5 fingers on each hand, or the color of our hair or eyes, or the general structure of our brain. All this information can be found in our DNA.
Ce sont des informations qui sont présentes dans l'ADN.
Each of us has unique DNA, our own genetic sequence. Being able to read DNA means we can gain insight into our biological secrets. Over the past 10 years, that ability has given birth to numerous startups, companies that see the potential for an enormous market. The global at-home testing market is already worth more than $2 billion and is expected to rise sharply in the next decade. The US company Ancestry, which says it has 3 million subscribers and a network of over 27 million people, is a world leader. It has ties to the Mormons, a religious community with a keen interest in genealogy. Another big player in recent years is 23andMe, a Silicon Valley startup. The name refers to the 23 pairs of chromosomes in the human genome. The company claims to have 13 million customers worldwide. Then there's MyHeritage, an Israeli company popular in Europe. The success of these companies is thanks to highly efficient marketing.
Rivalry. It's in our DNA, isn't it?
Including ads featuring famous athletes.
24.3% English. Do you feel English?
I didn't feel English, but now I feel more English than before.
Some companies sponsor genealogy-themed reality shows.
We've gathered a team of historical and ancestry experts to solve intriguing family mysteries.
We looked at your DNA. Wow, just incredible.
Gosh. Oh, that's brilliant. Robert and Rose.
Right, and they are your grandparents. How exactly do the tests work?
The companies offering these tests ask customers for a saliva sample, which contains their DNA. The companies then compare this DNA with other samples from their database so that they can present customers with various scenarios. Once the customer sends in their DNA, it's compared with the samples already stored in the database. Based on the differences, probabilities are calculated. Things like person A has a certain percentage of common and deviating DNA at a specific genome location as compared to the database.
But just cross-checking the data collected in these DNA tests with a proprietary database isn't enough to scientifically determine where a person comes from.
We share certain genes with ancestors who lived in other places. Population geneticists make all kinds of calculations to explain why people who lived in certain regions of the world have more or less similar DNA. We're talking about highly complex calculations and theories. It's clear that these companies don't invest in the enormous amount of man-hours it would take to verify and extrapolate these theories in order to provide their customers with the most likely results. As a geneticist, I can't tell you whether they follow a rigorous scientific process because they refuse to disclose their methods.
For these biotech startups, calculation methods are closely guarded trade secrets. The companies we approached didn't respond to our requests for interviews. But one scientist formerly employed by 23andMe did agree to speak anonymously about how the company came up with its results.
Defining clear boundaries for a DNA sequence is quite complicated. the more precisely you try to do it, the less successful you are. We basically misuse terms in order to simplify the results. But because we have a reputation to uphold, we published a PDF online that describes how our algorithm works. However, we didn't go through the full process because we didn't undergo a peer review in a scientific journal. We should have allowed our work to be evaluated by other scientists, but we published it without doing that.
Let me take a look. Okay, so they're giving you algorithms. The problem is that there isn't a single equation. So as a scientist, I still can't assess how they arrive at their calculations. To show you what I mean, let's look at an article about these kinds of calculations. You can see a lot of references here. They provide equations to show how the calculations were arrived at, what exact quantities were used, and in what way. That's the basic principle of the scientific method, regardless of the field. You describe exactly what you've done so that other experts can check it.
Researchers may be skeptical, but the goal of commercialized genetic testing isn't to convince the scientific community. It's to acquire as many users as possible. The company's success depends on how many customers sign up and supply their DNA.
It's in their interest to keep building their global customer base in order to expand their database so they can make better predictions.
The business model is a bit like a feedback loop. As more customers submit DNA tests, the company's database grows. That increases the chances that users will find others who share their DNA, and word of mouth then convinces new customers to join. But a business focused solely on connecting people based on ancestry will quickly reach its limits.
If you were to base your company on selling kits to people, people will spit in a jar, send it in, and they're done. They have no further involvement with the company other than to read the results which you owe them. And so you have a finite number of clients and you're done.
This is where things get more concerning. In order to generate ongoing...
This is what I be talking about all the time. This, like, they keep selling to the competitor who's doing the most, you know, and you're just instead it was like, oh my God, which could be manipulated.
Revenue. These specialized companies rely on another segment of the market, one that's closely related to the field of genetics. Healthcare.
Of course, that's a much larger market. Healthcare is a vital part of any modern society. These mass market tests yield information about the user's DNA sequence. That can be used to determine their ancestry, but also their state of health. All you have to do is apply different data analysis models.
And in the healthcare field, these analysis models are already extremely advanced. All a company would have to do would be to comb through 70 years of scientific research about DNA. In 1953, British researcher Rosalind Franklin was responsible for the first photograph of the DNA molecule, which is essential for life. A few months later, the double helix structure of DNA was revealed by two scientists, the 25-year-old American James Watson and the 36-year-old Briton Francis Crick. In 1962, they were awarded the Nobel Prize for their work. Slowly but surely, knowledge about DNA grew. By the end of the 1990s, medical research was betting that the molecule would be key to combating human disease.
One approach was comparing sick people with healthy people. You could investigate whether there were differences in their DNA. Then you try to find out whether these differences could influence biological functions.
In the year 2000, US President Bill
Well, a big fucking part of their experiments, you know what I mean? You hear what they're saying?
Clinton announced the first complete decoding of the human genome, celebrating a scientific breakthrough and the bright future it promised.
With this profound new knowledge, humankind is on the verge of gaining immense new power to heal. Genome science will have a real impact on all our lives, and even more, on the lives of our children.
I was not there at the White House. I was in my lab, building 49 at NIH. Yeah, and the people in my lab, we were delighted to hear that our work had been mentioned. This was probably one of the greatest achievements in biomedical research of the century.
Geneticist Robert Nussbaum is a specialist in Parkinson's disease. He was part of the team whose work led to the president's announcement, the complete sequencing of the human genome.
I think that what Clinton was trying to do was to say, this is now giving us tools that make it possible to do things that we were not able to do before. You know, the number of genes that we had identified responsible for human disease, you could basically, we're in the dozens. And with the Human Genome Project, now became thousands and tens of thousands.
At the end of the 20th century, DNA tests were not yet widely available. But in Iceland, an innovative idea would pave the way for mass testing as we know it today. The plan was to collect the genetic material of the entire Icelandic population, at the time around 300,000 people. This huge collection of genetic data, the largest ever assembled, would then be used to develop new drugs. The project was launched by neurologist and entrepreneur Kari Stephenson. He ran a company called Decode Genetics. It was commissioned to collect DNA from the entire Icelandic population. An ambitious businessman, Stephenson has a reputation for being demanding and hot-tempered.
You're distracting me. Don't just stand there, Christine. You're annoying me. Go wait in the back.
Decode Genetics was founded in 1996. This idea of using general human diversity is probably the best way to study human disease. Iceland was a natural place to do it. Here on this little rock in the North Atlantic, we had access to the genealogy of the entire nation. Icelanders have been obsessed with genealogy for the past 1100 years. And when you have the genealogy, you can basically figure out how various traits, various features of current day population in Iceland, how it had been flowing from one generation to the next.
What the Icelandic scientist wanted to do was make use of the medical and genetic information collected in his private database.
We proposed to the healthcare system to put together a centralized database on healthcare, so you don't have to be reliant on the experience of individual physicians. And there was a law passed that allowed the construction of the centralized database. But there were people who questioned the ethical aspect of it.
I was actually at a meeting at the Ministry of Health, I think, when it first came up. And it was immediately a controversy, especially because the initial project was not to seek any consent, but just to allow or give Decode permission for access to medical records. I thought it was actually quite much against sort of the spirit of research ethics and good practices in research. Why not ask people? It was a massive debate.
You heard voices at the time saying that there was only one company in Iceland that fulfilled the conditions laid down by the law. And people were worried that the data might become identifiable, might be used in some unlawful ways.
If things had gone ahead, Iceland may have become a kind of Wild West of gene research. But citizens rejected the idea of having the population's DNA sequences handed over to a single company, and ultimately, the Supreme Court halted the project. Kari Stefansson had to go back to square one. He wasn't allowed to record and store the genetic data of all Icelanders, but he still had some cards to play. He had managed to store the DNA of the 160,000 Icelanders who had volunteered to be tested. It was kept in a freezer facility at -24 degrees.
Rather than having information on 100% of the population, we have information about 50% of the adult population of Iceland, but currently we can infer a lot of the qualities of the other half. So we have enormous amount of data.
After 20 years of research, the huge database allowed Decode Genetics to identify the genes associated with certain diseases. The next step is to find the best treatments. From the early 2000s, Decode Genetics' approach of using medical data in its business model inspired other entrepreneurs across the Atlantic. Especially here in Silicon Valley.
Almost there. Don't forget your phone, keys, or bag.
New players were emerging. They brought scientific knowledge to the table, along with crucial marketing expertise. And they were backed by tech giants with their huge financial resources. The mass market for DNA testing in the healthcare sector was emerging, spearheaded by Silicon Valley entrepreneurs.
We could have a little tap show. We're doing ballet at night at our house. So much fun. Oh, are we on? Hi, I'm Ann Wojcicki. I am the co-founder and CEO of 23andMe.
Ann Wojcicki is a Silicon Valley famous person. She grew up to a physicist father and a mother who was a journalist at one time, both sort of folks in the Stanford University area, pretty well respected in Silicon Valley, and then went into the finance industry actually later, and sort of her specialty was focusing on biotech and health essentially. And then she decided to start this genetics testing company, 23andMe.
I was originally investing in healthcare companies, and I love healthcare. Like, I think healthcare is the ultimate equalizer of society, and 23andMe really came about with this desire.
Founded in 2006, 23andMe was the first company to market DNA testing to the general public as a way to help identify risk factors for disease. Its co-founder, Ann Wojcicki, had support from one of the biggest tech companies in the business.
She married Sergey Brin, one of the co-founders of Google, which did benefit her company over time because of how connected she was through her husband and then eventually on her own as well.
Bridging the worlds of biotechnology and the internet, Wojcicki was soon a rising star in Silicon Valley. In 2008, her medical DNA test was named Invention of the Year by Time magazine.
There's a lot of hunger for people looking into your genome and telling you with a crystal ball what you're going to suffer from, how long you will live.
Online DNA testing took off, and with it, a new healthcare concept. All you had to do was send in a saliva sample and fill in a detailed online questionnaire with your contact information, medical history, and lifestyle habits. Then you'd get a personalized list of specific disease risks. No doctors needed. Today, it's a booming industry, with estimated annual growth rates of up to 20%.
I thought that the whole revolution that was coming with the genome, that it should be about the consumer. You don't have to have a physician or genetic counselor. And it's one thing my mom used to always tell me, is like, if you don't take care of yourself, no one will. And so I really believe that if you want to have the best healthcare, you need to be in control.
But do these tests really help determine how likely we are to get a certain disease?
Would I use direct-to-consumer testing that I would get through the internet to help predict whether I'm going to get disease or not? No, I wouldn't use it. I don't think they really cover sufficient numbers of variants. Suppose you're a proofreader. Your job is to proofread a book, all right? What the DTC companies do is they say, well, is the fifth word on the second page in the seventh line misspelled or not? What a genetic testing company does is every line, every word, every letter is looked at. Is it misspelled or not? And that's the difference.
Inexpensive tests sold on the internet only decode a small part of the genetic material. There are questions about how reliable these tests are. Studies have shown they can give false information, especially when it comes to rare genetic diseases. But that hasn't stopped the companies from doing their best to sell as many test kits as possible, with the help of sweeping ad campaigns.
This Mother's Day, enjoy $20 off when you order your kit at 23andme.com.
But is this booming industry really just banking on the sale of DNA test kits? Journalist Charles Seif was skeptical, so he examined some company balance sheets.
At first, it was several $100s for all of the SNPs that they had at the time to be sequenced. The price dropped and dropped and dropped further to the point where we suspect that they were selling these kits at a loss. So it's clear that the service that we were paying for in this, it was not their revenue generator, that it really was something else. 23andMe and the other companies from the start saw the revenue in the database itself. The kits were just the mechanism by which they got the information. And in fact, if they could sell it for free, they were selling at a loss, they would, and they did, to increase the size of their database. It's like Google. They get all your search engine searches, your browsing behavior, the data about yourself, which they put in a database and use for their purposes, for advertising and for other things. I think the parallel is pretty clear here. A very low-cost product is used not for what we think it's usable for, but for the generation of a database.
There's a saying in tech circles: if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. Indeed, the business of mass market DNA testing looks to be a huge data collection program. Users' genetic information is especially valuable when combined with the answers they give in questionnaires. And DNA testing companies are eager to get their hands on it. Once customers send in a gene sample, they're trapped. Take Ancestry, an industry leader. The company has come under criticism for the way it handles the DNA samples it collects.
My name is Thilo Weikert. I'm a lawyer, and for 11 years I was Data Protection Commissioner in the German state of Schleswig-Holstein. I'm also on the jury of the Big Brother Awards. The Big Brother Awards are a global initiative organized by NGOs. The prize in a given country is awarded to a company for a particularly serious data protection violation.
Dr. Thilo Weikert.
The 2019 Big Brother Award in the category of biotechnology, a brand new category this year, goes to Ancestry.com and its Munich branch for exploiting people's interest in genealogy to get them to submit saliva samples. But that's not all. Ancestry refuses to provide customers with any information about their own data. It's a rip-off that's reminiscent of Google, Facebook, and the like, who trade in internet data. In return, all people get are patchy DNA evaluations. When you send in your genetic sample, you have to accept the terms and conditions, which means that you also agree to your data being used elsewhere. Paragraph 10 of the terms and conditions covers the deletion of personal data. People have the right to delete both the digital data and the genetic data, including the samples. But the procedure to do that is highly complicated.
Thanks in part to the complex wording of their terms and conditions, companies are building ever larger troves of personal information. And it's this information that is valuable.
It's clear that they've collected tens of millions of data sets. And of course, we're not just talking about genetic data, but also the additional information they've obtained from each consumer. This is very detailed information about the person's background, their health background, and any conditions they have, their family circumstances, and so on. So these companies can operate more or less without any regulatory restraint.
And they're set on monetizing the data they collect. Genetic testing startups have begun selling access to their databases to the pharmaceutical industry. For example, in 2018, 23andMe launched a partnership with one of the world's biggest drug companies.
GlaxoSmithKline would put $300 million-ish in equity to 23andMe for access to their database and a joint development for any drugs that came out of the database. But it has not been gushing forth with discoveries the way I suspect they hoped it to be. GlaxoSmithKline is getting less and less interested in renewing the licenses, and it's getting down to $20 million a year, roughly, for a licensure, which is not enough to sustain a company. That they cannot seem to live just by their database alone the way they hope to.
In the original agreement, the value of a 23andMe customer's genome sequence was estimated at $60. But in subsequent contracts, that figure has dropped steeply, with one estimate putting the value of an individual's genetic data at just $17. What's more, 23andMe's internal research also failed to produce the breakthroughs the company had hoped for.
Based on our customers' responses to the questionnaires, we had the potential for scientific discoveries. We knew a lot about them. In fact, we knew everything. But in the end, no significant discoveries were made. At 23andMe, we discovered a gene that had to do with being able to tell if someone had eaten asparagus. Everyone produces a certain chemical in their urine after eating asparagus. If you can't smell it, it indicates a genetic mutation. That's the kind of discovery we made. They were more entertaining than anything else. In theory, significant discoveries were possible, but what we discovered at 23andMe were more like fun facts.
To make money from the millions of pieces of genetic information willingly provided by their users, the startups needed to find a new market. As it happened, new opportunities were opening up in high finance and stock market trade. In 2020, asset management company Blackstone paid nearly $5 billion to acquire Ancestry, with its DNA network of some 18 million people.
Blackstone, a very large private equity firm, basically saw money or opportunity in this market, in the market of collecting vast amounts of health data on people and being able to monetize it in some way.
Blackstone is one of the biggest names on Wall Street. Its executives have political as well as financial power. Its chief operating officer, John Gray, was reportedly in the running to become Treasury Secretary in the first Trump administration.
Ancestry fits into what we've been trying to do at Blackstone. Be as thematic as possible, look forward as much as possible, and in the process, generate terrific returns for our investors.
We should be worried. We should definitely be worried when private equity moves in. The idealists leave and the money men come in, is what I would say.
In New Zealand, the insurance industry has already been making the most of the boom in DNA testing. The country allows companies to set specific conditions for taking out health and life insurance.
In New Zealand, if you go for insurance and if you've done a genetic test, we will ask you, have you done a genetic test? And then we'll ask you for that information. There's a policy requirement on the duty of disclosure that the customer discloses everything that they know that life insurance assessors and underwriters would want to understand before they accept them into the pool or offer them terms.
My name is Annette Greenhill. I'm a clinical psychologist here in Auckland. I have a BRCA1 gene, and as a result of having that gene, I feel like I've been discriminated against in terms of seeking health insurance.
A BRCA1 mutation is scientifically proven to increase a person's risk of developing two widespread forms of cancer: breast cancer, and ovarian cancer. It can easily be detected by a DNA test.
So I was in Germany at the time in 2018. I was really devastated. My risk of breast cancer increased to 70% from kind of 12% in the general population, but ovarian was the scary one. That's up to 60% compared to 1 to 2% in the general population. It felt like a ticking time bomb to know that my risk of breast cancer and ovarian cancer was so high. And just kind of thinking about the implications for my family and for myself. And then COVID hit, and during that time we moved back to New Zealand. As I started kind of ringing around different insurance companies, I knew I had to disclose the genetic tests because they all ask about kind of medical history. And so I disclosed it really upfront. And very quickly, as I was ringing around, was told that it would impact kind of what level of cover I'd be able to get. So I think that's when I realised this is going to be a problem here. I just Googled kind of health insurance companies in New Zealand and went through a list of them, and I felt like I was getting the same answer from all of them. None of them were even willing to offer me cover even at a higher premium. Like, that didn't seem to be part of the discussion. It was almost like I was a hot potato no one wanted to touch.
Annette Greenhill believes she was a victim of genetic discrimination. Many people are vulnerable here, whether they were tested for medical reasons or simply bought a testing kit online.
Welcome. My name's Andrew Schelling, and some of you have had me in MedSci 142.
Professor Andrew Schelling of the University of Auckland is now leading the fight against genetic discrimination, a practice that had long gone unnoticed.
About 3.5 years ago, I got a phone call from a woman in Australia called Dr. Jane Tiller, who said, did you realise that New Zealand is the last country in the world that still allows genomic discrimination to occur in the insurance area? I didn't know that we were, and I immediately contacted some of my colleagues. I quickly accumulated a sizable number of people that were supportive of the concept of opposing the fact that we've got genomic discrimination and really wanted to make a difference.
Selecting policyholders based on their supposed genetic risks not only violates the principle of equality, it also goes against common sense health practices.
We've done a small study in New Zealand looking at health professionals that see patients with a genetic disease, and the majority of them have seen patients that have either delayed getting a genetic test or not had a genetic test at all. So that's the disparity. If you live outside of New Zealand, you can get genetic testing that might help you, might save your life. But here in New Zealand, a lot of people aren't having those genetic tests done because they're concerned about the insurance implications.
In order to finally be accepted by an insurance company, Annette Greenhill had to undergo serious operations, the removal of her breasts and ovaries.
Now I don't need to worry about those things anymore. But I think I'm a bit offended. If you have people that have actually gone to the effort of getting tested, in the long run, that's going to be way cheaper than somebody that doesn't get tested, ends up developing cancer that doesn't get discovered, and then needs surgery and chemo or radiation or all sorts of other treatments that might need to happen as a result of diagnosis, especially late diagnosis. I mean, I don't regret at all having tested myself, but I think if I had thought about the possible consequences or implications of it, I would have thought about it twice.
Genetic discrimination isn't the only risk we face when we hand over our data to DNA testing companies. Users' genome sequences and other personal information have now become targets for cybercriminals. In 2023, hackers stole the data of millions of users from 23andMe, a major breach of data security.
My name is Bogdan Bodnar, and I specialize in cyber threats. I deal with data abuse on a daily basis. One day I saw a post on a hacker forum that caught my attention. It was from a brand new user called Gollum. The post read, "I have millions of DNA records and I'm willing to sell them for a lot of money. You should act fast because in 24 hours they'll be gone."
News of the breach sent shockwaves through the industry. The personal data of almost 7 million 23andMe users was now being offered for sale on the dark web.
This is the 23andMe data leak. You can see how big the file is. Millions of people are affected. Here's the original post from October 4th at 9:32 a.m. The hacker wrote, "Multiple ethnic groups for sale with information on appearance, photos, as well as raw account information."
The hacker offered a discount to anyone who wanted to buy the data in bulk. The price was between $1 and $10 per genome sequence, depending on the quantity. The total value was at least $7 million.
I was able to chat with Gollum. He was evasive, but gave me some information. To sell his database, he cited the names of Google co-founder Sergey Brin and Brin's ex-wife, Anne Wojcicki, CEO of 23andMe. We're still not sure about Sergey Brin's data, but the information about Anne Wojcicki is as good as confirmed. The personal data of the CEO of 23andMe is available online on several hacker forums. That's worth its weight in gold on the data market. Of course, it's interesting to have information about people, but information about their health is much more personal and more highly sought after, because the potential to do harm is much greater. He told me he was going to sell it all. I said, "Okay, but can you prove that you obtained this data yourself?" He replied, "Don't worry, I work for 23andMe." That was where our conversation ended.
There's no concrete evidence that the hacker was actually an employee of the Californian startup. But now hackers know everything about the company's customers. They knew about their genomes, but they also had their contact details, age, and ancestry, as well as information about any illnesses they or their relatives had. For its part, 23andMe agreed to pay $30 million in damages. Facing bankruptcy, the company watched as its reputation in the field of genetic testing tanked. The scandal also raised fears about what companies might do with customer data were they to find themselves in sudden need of cash.
The big question is always, what are they going to do with the vast amount of data that they have collected? I think just as long as a business is on the ropes and is in this much sort of existential danger, that's always going to be a question. The thing that they keep saying is, we're not going to monetize your health data in ways that you don't opt into. That's absurd. Of course, they're going to do this at some point. Slowly, the terms of service change, or the executives at the top of these companies change. The licensing agreements that people don't read change, and suddenly you're clicking accept on something that you didn't really understand was changing dramatically about your data.
What's more, the industry is potentially storing information about entire population groups.
If I were to give genetic information to this company, I'm giving genetic information about my brother, about my parents, about my children as well. So each deposit in the database is worth more than just my own genome. It's giving information about the genomes of people who've never contributed. So in some sense, I would say all Americans are in this database somehow.
And because DNA is a means of identification, putting it in the control of private interests could have massive social repercussions.
On parle de santé.
We're talking about health, freedom, and identity. These are crucial social issues. Under no circumstances should they be subject to commercial interests and the demands of profitability.
Aussi importante dans nos sociétés.
DNA is a biometric variable. It can be used to categorize people, to discriminate. We're seeing the first signs of a totalitarian approach.
Genetics is constantly growing, improving our understanding of all life on Earth, and giving us insight into our own individual lives. It needs to be protected from private interests. Genetics rightfully belongs to the scientific domain, in the hands of people who are aware of both the benefits and the potential dangers of working with our DNA. After all, it's the most personal thing we possess.
Educational. That's what I've been always talking about. Why I don't trust it. Okay. I gotta get off. I gotta get off the computer. Probably because we have a busy day coming up, and I think it's Friday. I'm pretty sure Chewbacca's Grand Rising with Chewbacca supposed to come on today, so I'm not sure how that's gonna happen or what the plan is for that. So I will probably be back sometime later in the weekend with another RBA. Stay tuned for, I want to say Grand Rising with Chewbacca and Chase. I'm not sure though if that's going to happen or not. We might have to push it back a little bit. Not sure. Haven't heard anything about it. I actually kind of forgot, so I want to just check on that. We'll also be streaming today sometime from the Ag Summit, and look forward to that. That'll be kind of fun. And our usual Frontline Black News comes on Saturday, usual scheduled time. So stay tuned for that. I hope you learned stuff. I hope you had a pretty interesting time. I think next time I want to talk about shit with Ray J. It's been stupid lately. I thought that was kind of entertaining. And probably catch up on that later. So thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me at the RVA. And I'm going to go because it's 5:30 here in Mountain Standard Time. So who knows? Who knows what he has planned. So thanks Jab for coming, Michael for visiting, and Daniel too for stopping by, and any other person peeking and not speaking. Shout out to Jesse. Thank you, and see you guys probably later on today, or you'll see us this weekend. It's back. All right, thank you. Stay black, stay dangerous, and stay informed. Thank you. Thank you, Dugan. Appreciate it. Hope you learned something. Stay tuned for other things. Thank you.